We have some new people joining us this morning, and I want to make sure that we cover expectations clearly, and I also want to make sure they understand how to use the new learning management system, which is the primary way that everyone will be participating with training going forward. So let's meet the team. This is everybody that you're going to be interacting with this week. If you've never done training with Decisions before, the jovial man up there on the upper left is Eric Welmerink. He is the director of training here at Decisions. He's been here a long time. He's been, I think, with the company 8 years. He likes to tell stories about, being with the company back when it was started in Heath Oderman's pool house. And
jovial. Jovial is not the word I would use.
You're a jovial
that works.
individual. You're always happy. You're always happy.
That works. Optimistic. We'll take it that way. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Yes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. If you weren't here last week, just brief introduction, as Brian said. I'm Eric. I've been here 8 years, done a little bit of everything, but for the past about 5 years, really focused in and honed in on training and education and making sure that our customers really know how to get the most out of decisions. And that's what I'm passionate about. That's what I care about. And so you're going to see a lot of different people this week, but I'm sure I'll be popping in and out to just either help teach classes or help mentor people and kind of see you guys. So yeah, I'm really excited. As Brian, I think, already alluded to, this is a kind of a new program and things that we're kicking off with some really more robust and in-depth content. And that's you guys are going to get the best version of training that we've ever had. So I'm really pumped and excited about it. But good morning, and just let me know what we can do to help you out.
Okay, up in the top right, that devastatingly handsome individual right there, that is me. I'm Brian Phillips. I'm the Senior Director of Training here. So that means that everybody on this team that Eric and I have put together, we're all here to help you guys master and unlock decisions. I'm going to go around the room and let the rest of the training team introduce themselves, and we'll go ahead and kick it off with Jared. Jared, you want to introduce yourself?
Of course. Many of you guys may know me. My name is Jared Rodriguez. I've been at Decisions for about 2.5 to 3 years now. I am the senior technical trainer here at Decisions, and I am similar to Eric, where I have seen a lot of decisions from different departments on the documentation, support, did a little bit of QA, and now I'm at training, and I'm excited to help you guys during your training journey. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I'm here to help you guys out. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Valerie.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Developer Training. I'll be one of your instructors this week. My name is Valerie. I've been working in the tech industry for nearly a decade, and a goodly portion of that time as a trainer. That's what I'm passionate about, is helping people learn complex topics, and I am looking forward to helping you all on to further your decisions journey. We'll pass it to Jada.
Hey guys, my name is Jada. I'm the training coordinator here at Decisions. You guys all probably got the email from me. That if you didn't, then you wouldn't be here. A little bit about myself. I've been at Decisions since last December, and I come from a non-technical background, and I have been trained on this tool, and I think that speaks volumes with this training. So if you guys have any questions about login, credentials, or anything, feel free to email us at training@decisions.com or send me an email at jada@decisions.com, or you can post in the public Slack.
Okay, so Eric likes to talk about this slide whenever we talk about our training approach here, and it's, if you look at this chart to the left, talking about how we give you development over time. So we start out generally very slow, like today is going to be mostly classes with our instructor team, and it's going to ramp up very quickly. We'll talk about what's expected of you, and the dev course is going to be completely different than the business analyst course for those of you that are continuing on with training with us. Business analyst was very much a one-to-one hand-holding experience where we build with something with you alongside of you. The dev course is different. The dev course is more practical based. So we are actually going to give you knowledge. We're going to teach you how to do some things, and then we are going to expect you to go do it on your own. There's a lot more lab time in this course where you are going to be expected to build a product, but we aren't going to be showing you how to build it. We will give you some supporting documentation and we'll give you some expectations. There will be daily scrums. We'll talk about that kind of stuff here shortly. But for the most part, this is going to be a true software development lifecycle environment where I'm going to give you requirements and you are going to build that product for us that you will demonstrate at the end of the week. Again, we know that there's different types of learners out there. Everybody on this team understands that not everybody learns the same way. We will give you visual slides. We will have conversations about how to do certain things. But the biggest thing is if you can apply all of these learning practices. So if I can get you to hear it, if I can get you to see it, if I can get you to actually physically do it, you're going to remember, you're going to be able to actually practically apply this knowledge and skill in your job. A couple housekeeping things. If you're continuing on from business analyst course, you know that all of the sessions we do are recorded. All of these sessions will be uploaded to the LMS, and I will show you how to access those recordings. We do ask that you join our public Slack. So like I had said previously, a lot of this course is going to be it's going to be a lot of self management in lab, where we aren't going to be necessarily on a call with you all day. So what we have done is built a Slack channel where you can reach out to mentors to say, hey, I'm stuck on this line item. I don't really know how to do this. And then we can jump on a call with you and help you fix that individual thing. So this, unlike the business analyst course, I will tell you that this Slack channel is going to be crucial to your success this week. And this is how you would join it. This is all of this should have been sent in your welcome email for the week. And we can also send any documentation. All the documentation you need for the week is in the LMS, and I'll show you where that information is, but it's also available to you. We can also send it to you via Slack or the Zoom chat. And if you have any questions, we just ask that you raise your hand or send a chat. We have people monitoring the chats inside of the Zoom, and we can answer any questions you have. Biggest thing is this week is that we ask you to complete the tasks. You're going to, when we start talking about how this week works here in just a moment, you're going to be given a daily task list, just like you would in any software development team. You're going to be given a task list, and every day you're going to be expected to accomplish those tasks. If you are getting behind in those tasks, it's going to be difficult for you to complete the project on time. All of these projects are a week length. We've specifically tailored them to be 3 to 4 days of full-time work. Okay, so if you think that because today is the only day with lecture or with classes that you're going to be able to just do a couple hours, after work on like Tuesday night, I will tell you that the majority of the work this week is going to take a lot of your time. And then also, if you're working outside of normal working hours, it makes it difficult for you to get help. When you do get stuck, and you will need help at some point, it's going to be hard to get a hold of people because individuals, we all have private lives and we want to have that time off too. Okay, LMS Access Info. So you should have gotten an email. Obviously you did because you're on this call, and this is the only way to get to the call is through the LMS. It's at learn.decisions.com. Your username is your registered email address. This should not be, this is probably your primary password, but you were asked to change it when you logged in, so that wouldn't be your password anymore. And then the only other thing is, let me kick over to the LMS and actually show you, we'll take the time right now to show you how the LMS works. So let me change my share. All right, so everybody should be able to see. Okay, we do have one question real quick. Couldn't find the October 21 dev channel in Slack. Okay, Jared's gonna take care of you. Make sure you get it. So everyone should be able to see my screen. and they should be able to see the LMS now. Can I get confirmation that everyone can see the LMS? Yeah, Alex. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that. So that might be happening throughout the work week. You'll hear the instructor say, "Can I get confirmation of? Can you see my slides? Can you see this?" We appreciate the response in the chat, just because it makes it hard if I'm talking and then all of a sudden someone says, "Hey, I can't see what you're talking about," and then we're 10 minutes down the road. So this is how the LMS works. It's a little bit different than when you were in the business analyst course. The business analyst course, everything's kind of set up in order. You take it all within a 5-day period. The decisions developer is going to be a little different because there's 6 or 5 projects that you have to complete over 5 weeks. And we understand that not everybody can do that in a 5-week block. So we've made it modular, where you can take it a week at a time. So let me show you what how that works. So here, if you open up the decisions developer, this is what you should be able to see. You'll see sprints 1 through 5, and then your exit survey. You'll notice that sprint 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, they're locked. And if you look at them, it'll tell you have to complete the sprint before. So you cannot actively engage with any of the material in sprint 2 until you've completed sprint 1. So let's go into sprint 1 and see how you would do that. So when you open up the sprint, you'll see these are all of the times or available options through the remainder of the year. You can enroll in one. I'm not enrolled in one, so let me go ahead and enroll in this session. And then when I enroll in this session, it takes me to all the days, and this is what you should see in yours. These are the different days for sessions. And then down here at the bottom, I got a question here asking, I didn't go through business analyst last week. Can I continue with developer training? Yes, because we would have verified that you've taken the equivalency prior to. So so everybody on this call has been verified that you have the prerequisite knowledge to be in the developer course. If you had registered for this course and didn't have the prerequisite knowledge to be in this course, we would have let you know to start at the business analyst. Okay, so at the bottom here, you see the file repository. Here's where all your project files are. So the sprint requirements, the task list, the error handling exception project, everything you're going to need for this week is going to be in there. Throughout the week, we'll be adding to the slide decks. We'll be putting files in here with the slides. We'll be putting other course documents as necessary. We also have a forum. So this is another avenue. We do get notifications if someone posts in the forum, but understand that this is just another tool for you to open a discussion and then post a forum in there, and then everybody in the course can use this discussion as well. All right, let me go back. So now that begs the question, so what happens when I get to sprint 2? So let's say we finish the week, all of our projects get graded, I take my knowledge exam, I pass it, and I get back to that screen. Let me go back to my learning page. Let me open this up. And let's say that next week, we're going to have a class starting sprint 2 next week. So let's say at the end of this week, I satisfy all the requirements for sprint 1, and now this becomes available. Then this is where this LMS is very powerful and gives you the option to be self-service. Okay, so what that means is when we will not sign you up for sprint 2, we give you the power to sign yourself up for sprint 2. And what that means is that at the end of the week, when sprint 2 becomes available for you, you can actually open that up, and just like you saw me do, you'll have a list of all of the classes where sprint 2 is going to be taught, and then you can choose the week that you want to attend. So you don't have to do it next week. You could do it in December. You could do it further down the road if that works better with your schedule. The only requirement, if you want to be certified as a decisions development or a developer, I will tell you now, the only requirement is that you have to complete all 5 sprints in a 6-month period. So once you start this lesson plan, you have 6 months to complete it. And if you don't, then we make you start it over again. And that's for many, many reasons. One of them being that the product changes that. We want to make sure you're up to date with the latest and greatest changes, things of that nature. So that's the only requirement. Are there any questions on the LMS and how to use the LMS real quick? All right, I'm not seeing anything pop in, but I will say that the LMS is our primary knowledge sharing facilitator. So any documentation that we need to provide you, any slide decks, any recordings, things of that nature will be in here. And let me show you how to access those recordings. So we don't have one for the developer course. We just started teaching, but if you were a member, if you had been in the business analyst course, this is how you would do it. You would just go back to whatever day you wanted to see, and then there's the recording. So like today, when we're done at the end of the day, we will upload the recording, and then you can go back and view it for your knowledge. It says, how long the LMS can you have access for? Can we run decisions 6 instead of 7? So let me answer these separately. So the LMS, you will have access to the LMS as long as you, forever, basically. That is one of the things we offer to people that sign up for our training, is you get access to the LMS and you will have an account in here forever. Can we run decision 6? Yes. Yes, you can run decision 6. If you're going to be building on your own training instance, you can do everything we're doing in 6. There are some subtle differences that you may need us to give you. You may have to ask, like, hey, that's not what it looks like for me, and you may have to ask the instructor to clarify where would that be in 6 versus 7. But we do offer you a training instance. I'm about to talk about that right now. We do offer you a training instance where you can do it in 7 if you wanted to. All right, let me stop my share there and reshare the screen. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. So like I said, we do offer you a training instance. In your welcome email, you should have gotten the URL for your specific instance. The username's registered email, and I love decisions. We do like to point out that this is a shared training environment. We make this available to you so that if you cannot install decisions locally, or your company does not yet have its own dev server for you to use as an admin, we make an instance available to you, but it's shared, meaning you will have other developers on your instance. So what does that mean? It means you need to follow best practices. So when you name files, you need to use the naming convention that we teach you, and we will go back over that as we start building. But we also need you to not mess around in there and play with other people's things. We've had this in the past where students have gone into other students' folders and deleted things, whether it's intentional or accidental, makes no difference to us. If you cannot be respectful in this environment, we'll remove you from training. And it's not meant to be punitive, but it is. You have to understand that we have to make the environment safe for everybody and get everybody the ability to get through the class. So please be respectful. And if you're struggling, in the past, usually it's a simply friendly email like, hey, you accidentally put your file in my folder. Can you please remove it? And we'll also teach you how to kind of manage that yourself, where if you can't get that individual to move their file, we show you how to do that with them. All right, so any questions right now on the what's expected, introduction for the weeks, things of that nature? Okay, any of the other instructors want to jump in here? Eric, did I cover everything? You want to talk about anything else?
Yep, I think you just about covered it.
Okay, perfect. All right, hang on, just. Okay, so the next class is Agile Project Management. So before we jump into that, let's take like let's just take like an 8-minute break. So 9:45, we'll come back and we'll get started with Agile Project Management. We're a little bit ahead of time, but what we'll do is we'll take that 8-minute break. We'll go get a coffee, go get refreshed, and then we'll jump into the next get started for the week.
Yeah, before we get to the break, I'll answer a couple questions. So Alfred's asked, I've installed a local instance of decisions and it's prompting for license expiration warning. Yes, that is expected. You don't have to worry about the license expiration. When the license expires, what happens is you just can't get access to things, like modules and some other parts of decisions, where on this application build, it won't matter because you won't be using any modules. But when you go to if you ever attend our week 2, then you will be using modules. So at that point, you'll have to use one of our training servers or your company license server if in that case. But for this sprint week, you'll be fine using a local instance and the expiration warning won't affect you in your building. Deepak asked, will we be using the same training instance which we were using with the BA's course? And Jada responded to that, yes, you will be using the same instance that you used last week. Yes, you can use your company development servers for this training if you want. That is completely fine. If your company allows you to do that, to create a designer folder for training, and you can just build all your stuff in there, that works. Yes, if you're using an older version of Decisions, you'll still have access to those same modules. The update has not changed from 6 to 7, where there's some modules you can't access, so you'll be good to go there. Just note that our training, when me and Valerie and some of the other trainers talk about the slides, we'll be referencing Decision 7 because that's the primary tool that we'll be talking about. But you can ask us clarifying questions on where you can find that in 6, and we can let you know. And again, those modules you don't need access to for this week. This week's just sprint 1. Only on sprint 2 will you need to have access to those modules. Alex asked a question. I saw that the project this week resembles the one that was used in the beginner certification course. Am I right to assume that there are other perspectives on decisions taught this week that were not taught in other courses? Yes, you are right to assume that. There will be some of the classes that go over different things in decisions and that will talk about more advanced things in decisions for this first sprint. Sprint 1 is the only one you're going to maybe see a resemblance. If those of you who have attended our beginner and intermediate training, you'll see a resemblance with the Travel Splash application. But on sprint weeks 2 all the way through 5, they are entirely new applications that you have not experienced yet. Only sprint week 1 will be the Travel Splash application, and it will be teaching you some new tools and techniques in decisions.
Just a couple more minutes and we'll get started with our very first class for the week. All right, I show 9:45, so we'll go ahead and get started. Let me share my screen. And as always, can I get confirmation that you guys can see my slides? We can, all right. And okay. Okay, so one of the things you're gonna pick up on this week, Jared kind of alluded to it, right before the break as we were going into break, was that it's a completely different concept, right? So even though the project you're going to build this week looks very similar to our previous fundamental or beginner certification project, there are some changes. We functionally maybe not as big as process-wise. The biggest thing that we've changed in our training curriculum is that prior to starting this new developer course with the sprint system, is that we didn't really teach you the software development lifecycle. We didn't teach you best practices around how do we build in decisions. What we taught you was how to use decisions. And we gave you some high level concepts about, try not to do this, or maybe it's better to do this. What's UX versus UI, best practice, things of that nature. What we're doing now, one of the biggest changes you're going to realize now is that we are actively engaged in trying to teach you, everyone here, to use decisions the way that we think it should best be used. And that includes some of the management around it. And how do you develop? How do you structure a development team? How do you work in a project environment? And so the first thing that we need to talk about is kind of that software development lifecycle, and then how we manage that SDLC using what's called Agile project management. So this is not intended to be a deep dive into this. This is not going to get you certified to be a Scrum master or an Agile management master. This is just simply to give you an idea of how we work in the software development lifecycle, and why the projects are structured the way they are, and how do you work in this environment. And then, this just gives you an overview of how we do it here at Decisions, and then these are best practices you can take back to your organization and say, if we were going to build an application, these are some of the things we would want to follow. Now, we don't teach in this developer course, we do not teach you how to do like scoping or requirements, story tracking or any of that stuff. That's later on in a course called the Architects course. And so as you get more professional knowledge and you progress along your career, you would graduate the developer course, you'd then go into our technical lead course, and then at some point you could move into the Architects course. And then that course would actually teach you scoping of projects. It would teach you how to build stories versus tasks and epics and some of the stuff we're going to talk about now. But at this point, what you need to focus on is how do we operate as a developer within that environment? And so in order to do that, you need to understand the Agile project management tools and methods that we use to build applications and decisions. So first of all, let's start talking about what is Agile. So Agile is very simply a set of practices that's intended to improve the effectiveness of software development. It usually involves a discovery-driven solution and cross-functional teams. So it's this methodology where we do a lot of scoping with requirements, scoping with a customer, and then we use a bunch of different teams, a bunch of different domains to build the best and most efficient solution possible. It focuses on flexible responses to changes in requirements, resource availability, and problem solving. So the name Agile, that's the kind of the concept here, right? Is that what we're doing, and you'll see when we get into these sprints and these iterative pieces of development, it allows us that if something changes, we're not building these large projects. So the difference between, like one of the major differences between Agile and other management systems is that Agile is on these very short, like we call sprints, these very short iterative projects where I do something for a week to 2 weeks. And then what that does is allows me that if anything changes, or if the environment, like maybe the requirements have changed dramatically since we started because the operating environment that we work in has changed, it allows us to make those changes early in the process instead of, say, getting 5 months into application development and realize that what we started building is no longer relevant. It was popularized back in 2001 by a manifesto for Agile software development that's still out there. You can get it and read it. And it supports a broad range of software development frameworks, including Scrum and Kanban. These are different ways to manage projects. We are going to work from a Scrum focus here. So this week, we will talk specifically over the next few minutes about how we use Scrum and the different meetings and ceremonies to manage our projects for the week. So let's start talking about what is a Scrum, or what is Scrum? So Scrum is the framework that helps people, teams, and organizations generate value through adaptive solutions for complex problems in iterations. You kept hearing me say like iterate, iterate, iterate. It's these iterations called sprints. A sprint is simply the project. We take this huge project. Let's say the application is like a 6-month build. We're taking these huge projects and we're breaking it down into these frequent, what we call MVPs, minimum viable products. So these features, we're breaking them down into these 1 to 2 week lengths. So sprints are generally a week or two in length. For our developer course, they're only a week, and that's to give you the most information in the shortest amount of time, and then, you know, obviously to get you the information you need and available so you can start working quickly. So we have these sprints that are a week in length, and again, this goes back to these sprints are designed to make sure that we are turning out that MVP. Like if it's a feature for our product, I can go and I can turn out that feature in 2 weeks or a week, and then if something changes, this is what it gives us, that agile ability, is that, okay, so we're only focused, we're only heads down in the development cycle for a week or two. And then we can come back and take a breath and say, okay, this is what we made, this is how it works. Okay, let's go back to the board. Does it align with what we're still trying to do? Has the environment changed? Things of that nature. That's what's giving us that agility. All projects work from what's called the product backlog. And the product backlog is simply a prioritized list of work for the development team. It's created from a process. You know, when the teams get together and they do the requirements scoping and they get all that information, they're going to use a process called backlog refinement. And backlog refinement starts what we call user stories or epics. So this is kind of how a large project is broken down. If you think about it, a user story is simply, it's a simple narrative. It's a series of related and interdependent stories that make up an epic. So if you think of, if you think of it like one of the things I like to say is like, think about the iPhone, right? So think about when Apple was making the iPhone. That was an initiative. That was an entire initiative. They were gonna make this phone that no one had ever seen before. And then an epic would be like one series of functionality, right? So the epic one could be that it had a touch screen versus buttons, things of that nature. And then so you start out with the initiative, you break that initiative down into epics. That epic is then broken down into a story or a task, and then that task is broken down into subtasks. So, epic one would be that it has a touch screen, and then the story or subtask would be could be the story behind how that they hired that team that made the touch pads, and then how the user interface and the graphical user interface was made. And then the subtask could be all of the individual pieces that need to be made in order to support that story or subtask. So that's kind of how backlog refinement works, is that generally the architectural team will sit down with a client, or members, different members of the Scrum team or the Agile team will sit down with the client and say, what is it you're trying to do? Like, what is it you want to have? And then they take that user story and they start breaking it apart and say, okay, this is a functional piece, this is a functional piece, this is a functional piece. And then they start taking those stories and breaking them down. And okay, in order to make this work, I have to do these things. And then they start slowly breaking apart the functional components of the work that needs to get done into these line items or tasks. So that brings us to the daily Scrum. So one of the things that's going to get done in this class is we will hold a daily Scrum. All right. We will hold them every day from, I think they're from 9:15 to 9:30. Every day we're going to do a Scrum, at least Tuesday through Thursday. So they're 15 minutes in length. This is generally what a Scrum is, 15 to 20 minutes in length. And there's a very specific agenda for a Scrum. If you've never been a part of one, this is how they work. First of all, when you come to the Scrum, you should be prepared to answer, what did I accomplish since the last Scrum? So what did I get done? What do I plan on completing before we meet again? And then the last part would be, what are the impediments? What are the problems I'm going to face in getting us to that next sprint, to getting us to the end of the sprint? So this is what we expect you guys to do every day too. So every morning we'll get on a call and we'll say, okay, so yesterday you should have completed product backlog items, 2.1.1 through 2.1.5 or 6. We'll tell you need to complete 2.1.7 through 3.1.1 or whatever it happens to be. We will give you. We'll tell you what you should have got done. We'll tell you what you need to get done, and then we'll open it up for, okay, who struggled with this, or is anyone struggling? Again, the daily Scrum is more informational. It's not troubleshooting. You can use it to, will that be a verbal report or written in Slack? It's going to be both, Alex. So the question came in is, so is this a verbal report or is it written in the Slack or Zoom chat? We will send out a Slack. So at the beginning of the day during the Scrum, like today, at the last class, when we break for the day, we will hand you the project and say, here's your project, go get these tasks done. We will make sure there is a written notification of like, you've got to get these things done. So we will put it in the Slack, we'll put it in the Zoom chat, we'll probably have a slide that'll say, make sure you're doing these items. And it's just a logical breakdown of what we expect you to do day to day. And then finally, it's to identify, okay, what are the challenges? So something's not working for you, or a functional component's not working for you. What's going to stop you from getting to that end of week? So again, it's a meeting that is to say, this is what I did, this is what I plan on doing, and these are the problems I'm anticipating as I move. Again, it's not going to be a meeting where I say, okay, let me teach you how to do this. That's not the purpose of a Scrum, is to teach you anything. It's to say, what did you get done? What do you need to get done? And then what are the roadblocks? If you identify roadblocks, that's when you can sync up other meetings. That's where you can say, hey, I know that I'm struggling with this. Can someone spend 30 minutes or 20 minutes helping me? And you can create time with your mentors or with the instructors to say, I need help. Can you help me fix this? And then we can jump on a separate call from the sprint to help, or from the Scrum to help you do that. All right, sprint review. So the sprint review is kind of is at the very end when we're all done with the project. You're going to explain what items have been done, what did not get done. You're going to share your successes and your problems, and this is going to happen at the end of the week. So on Friday, when you review your project, and let me set expectations right now for those who didn't know. We will expect you to demonstrate your project on Friday to successfully complete the sprint. So on Friday morning, we will have a meeting where you will share your screen, you will show your project, and you will explain everything like we are about to talk about right here. You will say, this is what I got done, this is what didn't get done, these are the successes I had, these are the problems I experienced and how I solved them. You'll discuss risks. Now, this won't necessarily apply to you because the projects are canned, so there's not a lot of risk involved and what those solutions are. But high level, organizationally, if you were working in a real software development lifecycle, you'd want to discuss what are the risks and what are the risks associated with the solutions that I found to these problems that we had to solve. And then you're going to demonstrate the product increment of work, which meets the definition of done. The definition of done is usually decided by the Agile project team. So again, that architect that's in charge of breaking a product of work, they will define what is the definition of done or DoD. So the Scrum team decides what DoD, and it usually includes items like the PBI has been peer reviewed and approved, it meets all the pre-established acceptance criteria for that, or MVP. It goes over it'll have to pass the appropriate tests, which like on Friday, we will, the grading procedure for Friday is we will ask you to talk about your project. What did you make? What did you do? And then each instructor will take time giving you a set of data. Like we will actually say, okay, I want you to enter this data into your project and see that it goes through the different flows, and I want to see how it goes. So this will be that appropriate testing piece, is that we will tell you what we want your project to do, and you will just have to demonstrate that it can do that. Okay, so that is a high-level overview of Agile management and the software development kind of life cycle as far as projects are concerned with Decisions projects. Let me take you over to the LMS. And again, we will cover this again today before we cut you loose to start working. But again, if you go into the Decisions Developer Learning Plan and go into Sprint 1, in your course area down here at the bottom in your project files is going to be your Sprint 1 requirements document. And this is what it looks like. Okay, so again, this is what the project will look like, and it'll actually tell you this is the scope of the project, this is the process map, these are the features that it has to have, these are the assumptions we're making, these are the requirements, these are what the forms need to have, and we even give you the mock-ups. So, you know, in the past, this is kind of a break from what we've done in the past, in that we've just said, these are the requirements, go make us something. But that's unrealistic as far as how people actually work in a software environment. So what we wanted to do is better align our training to how people actually develop in a development cycle. So now we are very directive in saying, this is all the requirements and the documentation you need in order to make the things that you need to make. We give you the email notification templates. You just have to functionally make it. So this is the requirements documentation. And then also we give you a task list. And that task list is just the PBI. It's a breakdown of line item by line item. And it'll tell you, you know, task 1 is to go make accounts and groups for these groups, users, managers, things of that nature, and we'll give you a list of PBI tasks that have to be completed day to day. And then, like I said, the scrums are in the morning is to say, this is what you need to get done today. What did you get done yesterday? Does anybody have any struggles? And anyone who says, yes, I'm struggling with line item this, then it'll be off after the scrum. You can get with an instructor and say, everybody that wants to talk about this, let's join this call. They can pass a link, or they can say, stay on the call past this and we can talk about this. Things of that nature. There's also an error handling project in here because that was something that's been added to this project too. We're now teaching how to do error handling and exception handling. And these are projects that need to get added and then updated as part of that. All right, so let's take a breath. Are there any questions right now over how we are going to manage the projects through the week? All right. It's pretty cut and dried. It's pretty simple. It's very directive. It actually makes it very easy on you. It makes it very easy on us as instructors because I know exactly what you should be doing day to day. Your mentors know exactly, all the mentors know exactly what you should be doing day to day. It just makes everyone's life a little bit easier. Again, so I want to set expectations for the week. You are expected this week to turn in a project. So the 3 things that you have to do this week is you will do a demonstration to an instructor, a qualified decisions professional developer. You will demonstrate your project. There are questions we will ask you about how to manipulate that project. Based on those answers that you give, you will get a grade. You will take a knowledge exam, and you will turn that project in. You will export it as a zip file and then upload it to the LMS so that we have it on file. And those are the 3 things you're expected to do this week and will be graded on this week. And then your successful performance on those 3 items will then determine whether or not you can move into Sprint 2. Phil said, we have our local instance created and would like to work on it, but we don't yet have email configured. Will we need this in place to succeed this week? J-Rod, you wanna? They should be able. I mean,
Yeah, so in regards to the send email, so you will have a more, say more easier experience with the send email steps if you have an SMTP server configured on your local instance. However, it's not required. Decisions does have a default installer that you can use for your project, but I'll let you know that the results from that can be inconsistent because that default SMTP server that Decisions uses was never meant to be used in a dev or prod environment. So you may find out, oh, I can send 3 emails, and then you'll say, oh, but now after 3 emails, I can't send any more emails. Well, that's because the default installer was not meant for that type. So you'll still be able to succeed with this application, but you will get inconsistent results if you use the default installer. So you will want to refrain from asking like the mentors, like, hey, my send email step doesn't work. Well, unless it's an actual mapping issue, if it's because the email's delayed, that's because you're using the default installer, and that's just how it's configured.
yeah, Phil, I was gonna say that yes, you generally, so it won't count against you. It does make it a little more difficult for you in the fact that it doesn't operate the way that it should. But like when you demonstrate to me or to Jared or any of the trainers, like I can verify that you were able to set the step up appropriately without actually having it execute. So there are workarounds, but it's not optimal. Absolutely not optimal. Okay, any other questions before we move on? We're a little bit ahead of schedule. We're about 15, 20 minutes ahead of schedule, but that's good because the more time you get to build, the better for you. You're welcome, Jasper. Okay, then my portion of this is done. If we use the training instance, we're fine though, right? Yes, Chris, absolutely. Any other questions? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Gerard, how do you want to handle them? You want to give them another break, or you just want to roll right into your lecture? You're a little bit, we're about 20 minutes ahead of schedule.
20 minutes ahead. Let's just take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back at 10:13 a.m. So go ahead, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back and I'll start our lecture over encapsulation and compartmentalization. Again. And Alex asked, I'm using my own environment and we have a naming convention for user groups that prepends a string to something like sales reps. Would that be okay? Or is there anything that requires the exact sales rep string? Nope, that's okay. If you have your own naming convention, Alex, that's fine. Those are considered kind of more like guidelines than actual rules. So you're more than welcome to use your own naming convention, especially since you have your own local environment. Alrighty, so let me share back my screen again. So yes, as I was saying, the temptation when you build this is to build everything all in one ginormous flow, but that is not the decisions flow best practice. We want to compartmentalize our steps into subflows. And there's going to be 4 primary reasons why we do that. And the slide's going to explain that. And I may also pop into my decision local instance and show you some things that I've built, or maybe build some things on the screen that show you why it's helpful to encapsulate and compartmentalize your logic. So before we go any further and start talking about it, what is encapsulation, right? This is something that was taken from the fundamentals of object-oriented programming, or OOP, and it basically refers to bundling of data with methods that operate on that data, right? That's a big fancy term, but remember that we're not teaching you how to program here. We're teaching you a low to no code application. So what does that mean for low to no code applications? Well, it means that what you can do is you can compartmentalize your steps or group steps together that perform the same series of functions in a project and group them together for ease of use for the designer user. And so that's the purpose of encapsulation for both of those different perspectives, from the programmer's perspective and then from the low to no code perspective, which is the one that we care about because we are operating in a low to no code tool. All right, so what are the 4 steps into a meaningful way to encapsulate or compartmentalize our data in a way that we can use them for other parts of the process? Well, all 4 of them are flexibility, testing, redundancy, and usability. These are the 4 primary reasons that we encapsulate our steps or series of logic into subflows, because we get these 4 benefits from doing that. And so if you practice these things, you'll find your time in the tool and your development inside of these Sprint 1 applications will be a lot easier because you're observing these 4 practices of encapsulation and compartmentalization. So let's go into detail and talk about what are the pillars that represent the flexibility, testing, redundancy, and reusability. So the first one we'll talk about is flexibility. So this is a very common use case in decisions. Because the reason why is we have a lot of users that want to integrate with decisions, and they want to pass in either their own logic into decisions, and they don't necessarily want to use the UI in decisions. They have their own UI developer in HTML, React, or whatever the front end language may be, and they want to utilize that instead of the decisions UI for case of flexibility. So to do that, in decisions, what we say is we're going to separate our UI elements. And so you can see in the screenshot that there's the in-session form and the end form. There's 2 in-session forms, and then separated by the processing I9 applications. That's the example for this project. So right now, if someone wanted to send some data to process an application, they can easily integrate with that subflow, the one that's within the red rectangle, and pass in that data, and they don't have to force the user to use decisions UI. So that's something to be aware of. You want to give our users the most flexibility that they can in their process. So that's why we structure our flows this way. I like sharing the story because when Carl Hewitt and Heath Oderman founded this company, they wanted a company that would have a business application that would conform to the business process and not the business having to conform their process to a newly acquired software. So that's why they went through the route that they did to make decisions as flexible as it is so people can use it, kind of like a Lego block where you can plug and play the pieces that you want, and you don't have to use the entire suite if you don't want to. You can use a portion of it for your own use case. So that is flexibility. Any comments or questions over flexibility? All right, got a thumbs up from Alfred, so it looks like we're good. The red diagram does not mean bad. The red diagram is just used to show that, hey, this is the subflow logic, and then the green one is to show you that, hey, here is the in-session forms, the front-end UI separated from the logic. The green and the red is not to denote you always do one and not the other. It's just the green shows here's the UI elements separated from the subflow, which is in the red rectangle. Alrighty, let's continue on to the next pillar of encapsulation, redundancy. So why do we use encapsulation and compartmentalization? Well, for redundancy. As you can see on this example, I've put in the rectangles some repeated steps where we have a set state, send email, you have another set state and send email, you have another set state and send email. These are two steps that I'm using in succession frequently after each other. And so it's the same flow logic. I'm setting the state of a process folder, and then I'm sending an email to notify a user. What would be helpful is if I put these two steps in a subflow and called that subflow, and then I just have to, instead of dragging over 6 steps, I can just drag over a subflow 3 times. And any edits I make to that subflow will appear in all the flows and where it's called. Here, I'm having a lot of what we call tech debt, basically a lot of things to maintain that as the project scales and gets bigger, it's going to be very arduous to maintain all of those different steps. So that's why we regroup repeated steps together, and it removes repeated work. And then also, a lot of this is very project specific. So sometimes you want to group these steps that are related to the travel request or purchase request process. You can group these steps, and it's primarily for a project specific situation. There are some that can be used globally, where you can use it for any type of project, and you can use that for any other type of project. All right, to demonstrate this one, because it's a little bit of an abstract concept, I'm actually going to go into my decisions instance and kind of demonstrate this, because I believe it's easier to see rather than to talk about. So I'm going to go into so this is going to be talking about redundancy. So I'm going to go into my local. Again, you don't have to follow along with me. The days of the click-through are over. So this is just purely for demonstrating the redundancy aspect of decisions. So let's say I'm going to rebuild that example here where I want to group related steps together. So let's say I'm going to create a flow, and I'm going to call this example redundancy. And then I'm going to drag the set state and send email steps. And then I'm going to send email. All right, so let's say I needed to do this 3 times, right? The temptation is, okay, if I need a set state and send an email 3 times, the temptation is, hey, let me copy this I'm going to group these steps. I'm going to copy these steps, and then I'm going to paste them 3 times, if that's your method of choice. And then I'm just going to attach them together. I only need 3. So I'm going to attach these together. I'll put this one here, put this one here. And doing this, now I have to maintain 6 steps. And I need to define all their inputs here. So it makes it difficult to maintain because now I have to set it. And if I want to add more logic to this, then it's going to balloon and become difficult to maintain. Now, the best way to do it, so this is going to be example redundancy, or I should say example of not redundancy. I'm going to rename it and say name and description, example, not redundancy. And then I'm going to show you an example of redundancy. So example redundancy. So what I could do is instead of set state, send email, is instead of repeating those steps 3 times, I can just define these 2 steps since I frequently use them. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to define the inputs from these steps on the start step because I need to pass in that data dynamically. So all I would do is I'd go to the show editor and say I'd pass in the state. I'm going to pass in the from. I'm going to pass in the to. I'm going to pass in, which is going to be a list of users, and I'm going to pass in the subject, and then I'll pass in the body. So I'm defining all of the inputs for the steps that I'm using here at the start. And then what I do is I just map them up. So I'm going to say this is the set state. And then I'm going to say this is the from. So I'm going to say this is the from. I'm going to select from flow here and say this is the to. I'm going to select from flow here and say this is the subject. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the body. So all I'm doing is I'm saying, hey, I don't want to define a constant value for these 2 steps. I want them to get their inputs from a variable that's defined at the start of this flow. So now compare, I'm gonna call this compare redundancy. If I can spell. So now instead of dragging the set state, send email 3 times, or I should say 6 times, so set state, send email, or copying it. All right, so I'm going to group these, set state, send email. I'm going to do the same thing I did in the other place. And then I'm going to say, let's group it, group. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to copy, and I'm going to copy. And instead of doing this, this is the way we do not want to do it, because now I have to maintain. Instead of maintaining these 6 steps, all I need to do is now use my other flow, example redundancy. And now what I can do is I can just drag this over 3 times. I'm gonna move this one out of the way. So this one here, this one here, this one here. Now let's say I want to change one of these flows. I want to change, or I want my logic to, instead of setting the state and sending the email, I want to add an add document into it, or a show pop-up. Let's do that. So what I would do there is I would go into this one of these 3 subflows. It can be any one of these 3. And then what I can do is I can add a show pop-up to the logic here. Right, I'm gonna add a show pop-up. And I'm just gonna put this with test data, and I'll put this with test. I'm not actually gonna run it. I just wanted to get the validation to go away. So now what's happening here is now, if I click on any one of these 3 subflows, I edited this one, but if I go and edit the example redundancy again, notice I have my show pop-up in all 3. So in this circumstance, I just have to add it one time and then it updates it for all the rest of the subflows. The other way, if I use the logic that you see at the top of my screen with set state send email, I would have to show the pop-up 3 times individually instead, which may not seem like too much, but when you're building a large project, this actually will save you some time if you can just call it in a subflow. And then anytime you need to re-add, you can even see how much of a mess this is starting. But in here, it's nice and neat because it's just adding one step to it and it can go on with the flow. So that's the idea of redundancy. It's saying, hey, let's just take all these steps, put that in a subflow, and then I just need to call that subflow. This allows me to maintain that compartmentalized logic easier. And if I need to update a step inside of it, it will reflect on all the other steps as well. So that's what I wanted to show you guys, because that one's a little bit abstract and it can be a little difficult to grasp in your head. So that's why I wanted to show that's how it works there. Now, any questions over redundancy before we go to the next one? Clear? Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead into unit testing. So now, why would we want to use compartmentalizing logic and encapsulation? Well, we can test our pieces of our logic easier. So there is a saying in decisions, debug early, debug often. And how we do that is, since we section off our flows and say, hey, let me test if just this section works, then what I can do is I can pass in that input data to just that section to make sure that that logic that I've created for the overall process works. Instead of having to run through every piece of the process, I can just create that subflow and then add unit tests to that subflow to make sure that it works. In order to access this unit testing portion, you will need to either create inputs for your flow on the green start step, or you can run your forms in what we call simulation mode, which just says, hey, I'm going to run this form without showing it to the user in the debugger. I'm going to pass it through with this predefined set of data, and I'll show you how I execute. So those are the two ways to do that. It allows you to retest the data without manual entry, and you can determine what is valid and invalid data for that specific flow. So that's why compartmentalization helps, because you can do this type of testing more easily. All right, any questions over unit testing? How is it different from debug? So it's using the same feature in decisions as debug. What unit tests to do is it allows me, instead of having to manually put in that information, I can just say, hey, let me left click on my unit test, run with some predefined data, and have it run through. So think of it not as it's something different than debugging. Think of it's like a branch of debugging, like a subcategory, or that unit testing and debugging is a subcategory of unit testing. What this specific feature is just talking about is saying, hey, instead of having to define all this data, I can just manually click a button and it will populate my data for me. Any other questions over unit testing? Alex mentioned sometimes one starts creating steps inside a flow only to realize later that a few of them can be grouped and abstracted in a separate flow. I remember seeing a more quick way, having to recreate the steps in a subflow using a template, perhaps. You could. There's both ways, Alex. You can create a template of your logic, or you can create your subflows. But the best practice is you want to create the subflow. Creating the template of steps allows you to group them and pass over that series of logic to different parts of other projects. So you can use a template, but still using subflows is the best way to do that. Is the best way to compartmentalize your logic so that you can use that repeated logic in other places more easily. The template just groups the steps that you have together and puts it somewhere else. Still useful, but you still want to create subflows. Yes, I can absolutely show you guys to the place of unit testing. So when you go to unit testing in decisions, I'm going to use my example redundancy. So let's say I wanted to make sure that this this flow works as expected, right? This is going to be direct application into your project because you will be expected to create unit tests. So let's say I want to see how it executes. So when I click debug, notice that I have inputs defined here before I click debug, right? I have a state, from, to, subject, and email. And let me select from flow. This is going to be the to. And then for the message, I'm actually going to grab the build array. I just want the first string out of that. Or no, that's the message. Oops, wrong one. I want to get the message. Message. We'll do the body. All right, so now that I have declared those inputs, notice that when I click debug now, I have this menu pop up where it says, hey, where decision says, I've noticed your flow takes in inputs. Supply me with that data and I will run this application and see how it executes. So now I can see if I type in the body, hey, what is going on? Question mark. From, let's say it's jared@decisions.com. The state is going to be unit testing. Subject is going to be example unit testing. And then it's going to go to, I'll send this to myself. Right? So that's the way I can test this data. Now, if I do this, so I'm going to debug it. Now I can do it. It's going to send it. Now I have the message to jared@decisions.com. And it appears there. Now, if I test this flow again, I have to type in this data again. So I can be like, hey, what is up? And then it's gonna be from jared@decisions.com. State's going to be example, and the subject's going to be sup. And then it's going to go to jared@decisions.com. Now, instead of just hitting debug, I can save as a unit test. And this unit test is going to be sending Jared and email. Boom. And then I can hit save. Now notice I have my unit test appear here. And now when I close this flow and go back to the debugger, notice instead of defining all this data, I just have to click on this button and I already have my predefined data where I can send that exact data through my process to see how it works. I could even, if there's different data I want to test, I can say, what is happening? I can say this is going to be from Brian Phillips at decisions.com. Sup, test, and then it's going to go to jared@decisions.com. Right. And let's say I want to save this one as a different unit test. So this is going to be sending Jared an email, or I should say Brian sending Jared an email. And then now I can save this unit test. And now all I need to do is click on which test I want to run to see how it executes and how my flow processes. So that's how it helps in going through. Chris Brady asked, if the flow starts with a form and no inputs, how can you test without re-entering again? I think you called it simulation. Yes, I will show that one next. Alfred asked, what is the difference between unit testing versus sample data? So sample data, looks like it grabbed it. So sample data, it looks like this one grabbed that's a good question. Let me ask. I know unit testing is just to test the inputs. I think sample data allows you to run. Here's the difference. That's what it is. Sample data allows you, let's say you're processing 1 million records in your database, right? And you don't want to process 1 million records for testing, right? Because that's going to take a while. What you can do with sample data is you can say, hey, I want to take a sample of my unit tests or a sample of that data and run that through. So that's the difference between it. One allows you to take a large set, run it through testing. Unit test allows you just to create individual tests and test individual data. So that's the difference. Yep. Yep. And so now I'm going to show the form section because I think we have a question about the form simulation mode. So how do we do that? So let's say I have a form. I'm actually going to, don't save this. I'm going to create another form. And I'm going to say this is entry form. Right. And we're going to say this is going to be the name, shift enter. Oh, it's not there. I wanted to do this way. First name, shift enter, last name, shift enter, and then we'll do, where's the date picker? Date picker. And we'll say this is DOB, shift enter. I'll add a button because that's why decisions is showing me all that errors. Once I add the button, I'm all good. I'm going to remove this column because I don't need it. And I'll make my form a little smaller. I'm going to leave my button name as button because I just need to show this as an example. So now, example simulation mode. So how do we run the simulation mode? So show form. I'm going to pick this, pick create form. I'm going to pick my entry form. And notice I have some inputs. And let's say I want to test this form, right? And let's say my form has, there's a rule that says string equals, right? And I'm going to say if case insensitive is true, string equals Jared, or select from flow, first name, and the constant value it's going to compare to is my name, Jared, right? Okay, so notice I have two paths, right? And I need to test whether these two paths function as expected. If that, I send one piece of data somewhere else, what will happen? So typically what we do is that we'll say, hey, let's write some names, Jared, Rodriguez, date of birth, and I'll pick a date of birth and I'll put it. And then it goes through. And then I'll create a new session and say, hey, we're going to do this one as Eric, Marink, and we'll pick a date and go through, right? So it went down false, right? But I had to manually type that. And when we're here, where it's only simple data like this, it's not too bad. But let's say I didn't want this form to pop up. I just wanted it to run with predefined data, and that's it. So what I can do, I would do the same thing. I could attach it here, or let me show you simulation mode. Don't save. And so the easiest way to do it is, let's say I go to my outcome or testing and simulation. So when you select your form, you go all the way to the bottom. And then when you hit the drop down for testing and simulation, what you'll want to do is you want to say, I want this to be in the debugger. And then on the simulation mode data, I can give it some constant data here. I can also have this be defined via select from flow if there's a unit test on my input step that I wanted to send through. And then when I supply it with this data, when I debug it, it doesn't even pop up the form to me. It just automatically sends it through to the next step. So let's say this is my brother, Jason. I'm going to pass this through and notice that it goes down the false path. So it allows me to configure the inputs for that step and I don't have to see it. And I don't have to see the form. This is very helpful when you pair that with inputs on your start step and you have unit tests. So in here, instead of using constant date, you can use select from flow. So if there's predefined variables you want to test, then you can make it even more dynamic and available that way. So we got another question. What if I want to use a different set of inputs and not configure it multiple times? So that's where you use the unit test, right? I'd create my unit test and then I would pick it from the beginning and then pass it through. You would set this dynamically and then add it to the inputs. Combine it to the input step, or combine it to the unit test. So remember, to use unit tests, I need to create the input data. So I'm going to define my input data. In this case, I'm expecting a first name. I'm expecting a last name, and then I'm expecting a DOB. All right, so it's doing the exact same thing that I demonstrated earlier. I'm just saying, hey, now I'm going to select from flow the simulation first name, select from flow simulation last name. So it's pretty much the same thing as we did before. It's just defining those inputs for that step to test whether it works. And then now I'm going to pick this date and we'll say this is Jared Rodriguez, and then I'm going to save my unit test. This is going to be Jared test right here. I'm going to click, let's see, let me add a new one. And then I'm going to say this is the Eric test. And then I'm going to, right, it's just doing literally the exact same thing. I'm just saying, hey, let me combine this step. And then now all I do is I click on one of these, start the debugger, and then it will show me how it executes. So sounds complicated, but it's actually relatively simple. It's just using the previously thing we learned and then combining it together. And then now you're using the different inputs that you want instead of just using static constants. All right, any other questions over unit testing? Sure. So on your, there's one, so there is what we call a unit test rule. So this allows you to create a rule to determine if your rule is valid data. So let's say, let's say you're a medical processing company, or let's say you are a mortgage loan application company, and there's certain credit scores that you just want to flag that say, hey, if I ever send any data into here that's invalid data for this flow, that would cause it to break. So in this case, let's say for this unit test rule, I want to check if the first name equals Jared, right? Done. And so basically what I'm doing is I'm parameterizing what data would return true for that specific test. So let's say, actually, let me change that one. I say is not. Does not equal Jared. And then I'm going to go to the Jared test. And then I'll say, does this, same rule, does the first name not equal Jared? And then now when I do that, I hit done, save. Now I can hit the run all step, and it will show you which ones ran success and which ones ran failure based on that rule criteria. So that's all that rule is saying. It's saying, hey, do you want to add a rule to your inputs that determine what is valid or invalid data for your process? This can also be accessed outside of the flow. So if I go to unit test results, it will show you all of the unit test results you've configured inside of this designer folder, which is just the tab up here. And then what you can do is you can run for current folder, and you can see that I have results from the configured rules here, where this one has passed because I'm passing in Eric, not Jared, and this one failed because I'm passing in Jared. So that's how that works, and that's what that rule is used for. Any other questions? Yep, we got another one. So how do we easily convert something in the main flow into a subflow? Yeah, so that's a great question. So there's a couple ways you can do this. Alex mentioned that you can do the templates. So you can create a flow template. It's not the folder I want to be in. You can create a flow template, which I actually think, let me show this one because I've done it here. So if I did my generic documentation flow, so this is a flow that I created just to create a generic invoice document. And so what I did is I have this logic that I repeated in another flow. So what I did is I created a template, and your template allows you to say, hey, I need the active form flow steps. So this is the flow step logic. And you'll see that when I let go of this, I have all my logic again, because I've grouped it all together. So how did I do that? So let me close and don't save this. Don't save. So how did I do that? The way we do that is you're going to find a group of steps that you want to group together. So example, not redundancy, right? So let's say I want to group this. What I can do is I can say, hey, I'm going to highlight. So it's kind of like when you're on your Windows desktop, right? Where you just kind of left click and drag. on your screen. You can also do that in decisions. And so I'm going to just left click, hold, and drag to highlight these steps. And then what I can do is you want to make sure that these steps are grouped. So once they're grouped, you have this option to save as a template. And then you could say this is the set state send email template, or however way you want. And then you would create the template. And then after you create the template, you can use the run flow step to pick or create a flow. In this case, we'll create a flow, and I'm going to call this moving logic to a subflow. I'm going to click create. And then what I can do is I would go to my templates folder, and then I would just drag over my logic. So this is example, this is my active form flow logic. So this is where I just passed it through, and then I've successfully created all my logic and moved it to a subflow. So that's how you can do it that way. The other way, which is I like this way better because I don't like cluttering up my template folder, because it's very easy to keep doing that over and over again. The best way to do it is just to copy it. All you have to do is Control-C, Control-V. So in order to do that is I'm going to drag these steps, right? Or actually, let me add a bunch of steps so this isn't kind of already subflowed. So so let's say I only want, move this down here. Let's say I only want these 2 steps in its own logic, and I need to separate this. Well, how would I do that? Well, what you can do is you can drag your mouse over. You're going to make sure you group it. So make sure you group this. And then what you're going to do is you can left click one of these steps, or it could be one or the other. You hit Control-C and then Control-V. Notice that it pastes it here, but we want to put this in its own subflow. So how do we do that? Well, you left click one of them, Control-C, and then what you do is you type in your run flow step. And now notice the things that I'm doing here, because this kind of copy and pasting only works in this avenue. Notice how I haven't switched to another browser to do this. This only works if you're using the same browser session. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new flow and say, hey, this is moving steps to subflow 2, create. And then what I can do is I can just hover my mouse over. Notice I have this paste button right here. I'm going to click paste, and there is my set state send email. Or you can Control-V as well. Both will work. So I like this way better because I don't like cluttering up my templates, because that's very easy to get out of hand. And notice in those template folders, there's not really a way to categorize or filter or move things around. So you could, if you do your logic that way, then you're going to have possibly logic from several different projects in that folder, and you're going to have to find a difficult way to orient that. So that's why I like this way better. The limitations to this, you have to make sure you do not use another browser session. So I cannot pop into another flow and paste that, because this is only localized to this current browser session. And so you want to make sure you're using it this way, and also that I'm staying within the same parent flow. So notice I didn't click X and then switch to this flow. I just picked the flow or created the flow here in the same kind of flow designer session and then paste it in there. So that's the thing to be aware of, because if you start backing out and then going into another flow, so if I click this and saved and try to go to another flow, and let's say I pasted that, oh, look, it still works. I did not know that. In version 6, that did not work, but in version 7, I think they've made that a lot easier. So you can close out of the flow designer and then go into another flow and then just paste your steps. So that works. That's really cool. So yeah, Control-C, Control-V. That's the way you want to do it. Is it the same tab, James? All right, thanks for that help. A long time to see, man. All right, any other questions over unit testing? All right, I see no questions. So let's go ahead and talk about the last encapsulation and compartmentalization point. This is going to be reusability. So this one allows us to reuse different pieces of our logic to other projects. So a great quick example that I've built it's very easy to understand is the refresh dashboards, right? There is no step in Decisions to refresh dashboards. You cannot find that in Decisions. Decisions has what we call a send folder change event, which what it does is it tells the folder for the dashboard or to the page that it resides on that folder to refresh. And there is no kind of refresh logic built in Decisions. However, what you can do is you can retest all this information, and it makes it easier because you can use this then in different pieces and projects. So let me show you this one. So I don't think I've built it on this iteration, but the whole purpose of this one is that it makes your process scalable. It makes that piece of logic usable in other projects. So all I'm going to do is, let's say I wanted to create a new folder. I'm going to call this refresh dashboards. The example, and then create. And I actually wanted that to be a root. Move folder to root. Alrighty, refresh dashboards. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a flow, and I'm going to call this refresh dashboards. Right? And then I'm going to think through the logic that I would need to make a refresh dashboard flow step scalable. Well, the thing that the send folder change event, I would have to use that folder change event right here. So I would need to pass in some type of folder ID to the subflow. So I'm going to automatically create a folder ID here. So now what happens is I can connect this step here, and I can connect this step here. Except there is a limitation to this kind of subflow refresh dashboard setup. Did anyone identify what that was? So I take in a folder ID, and then I pass in that folder ID to the send folder change event. Yep, I do need to know the folder ID, but that's already configured in the start step. So that's a variable, folder ID string. There we go, Chris got it. It's only one dashboard. What if I have an n number of dashboards? What if I have 15? What if I have 16? What if I have 2? What if I have 100, right? How do I pass in a list of information into this subflow to make it reusable? So I can use it regardless of whether it's 1 or 100. This flow can still take it. And the quick answer to that is I need to make the folder ID a list. And then after I make it a list, notice it's going to kind of, this step's not going to like it. But then after I do that, I'm going to pair this with the for each step. And so now what the logic says is, hey, for each folder ID, whether it's 1 or 100, I want to refresh it, right? And so this flow setup right here, I'll move this closer here. And then instead of the folder ID, I'm going to grab the item output string, which will be the dashboard folder ID. So I'm going to grab that. So this process right here, I've just created as a refresh dashboards logic that will refresh no matter what dashboard that you have in Decisions. And when you get to that part where you need to send those folder change events to your dashboards, you can just reuse this subflow for all your projects. And you don't need to reinvent the wheel and say, oh, I need a for each step and send a folder change event. Oh, I need it. You build it once and that's it. There was actually one internal hire that I taught where he actually came from a computer science background. And his computer science teacher said, if you do something more than once, you're doing it wrong. And the whole purpose that professor was trying to teach into his students was that you can reuse your logic that you've developed. Why reinvent the wheel when you can just use the already invented wheel? And so here's a way in your process. Let's say you don't have this flow. You can create this and then you can reuse it for all of your projects. So that's, to me, this example, which is the one that I just built on the screen here, it allows me to reuse no matter what project I have. And it's pre-built logic, and you can still retest it without manual entry, and you can determine the valid and invalid data just like you could with the flexibility piece of encapsulation and compartmentalization. But with this one, the power that you get with this is I can use it regardless of project, and I don't need to rebuild these 2 steps ever again. Any questions over reusability? So Alex, unfortunately, you cannot pass the parent ID of all the dashboards and then have it refresh. I think what you're trying to do, though, if I understand your question correctly, is you're trying to find a way where you can just pass in a list of folder IDs that need to be refreshed, right? That's what it sounds like your question's asking. So what you would have to do is there's a way in Decisions where you can get all the subfolders, which will pass in all the folder IDs, and then you can create you can create some logic that says, hey, I want you to grab all the folder IDs that are contained within this parent folder, and then pass that dynamically into this step, so that no matter how many dashboards you create for your project, if you just add that dashboard into that specific parent folder, let's say it's your dashboards folder and you have an employee dashboard, you have a doctor's dashboard, you have a HR dashboard, you have a training dashboard, then what you do is you can just call the parent flow and say, hey, get all the folder IDs that are contained inside of you, and then pass those folder IDs. Gotcha. That's what I kind of thought you were going at, and that's kind of how you would go about that in Decisions. Any other questions? So now I don't know. I wonder if I don't think the last. Okay, perfect. Haha. I just wanted to make sure that the lesson review didn't show the answers. Okay, lesson review. All right. So the first question is, what is encapsulation? What is encapsulation? Do you remember? Oh, essentially that's correct. Yep. It's essentially just grouping steps. Yeah, there we go. Kind of grouping data to be used for other data methods. Yeah, so it's grouping steps in a lot, that are grouping logic steps together that will be reused. So this one says bundling workflow steps into meaningful logical operations, if you want to sound that fancy, but it's the idea of just grouping steps together to make a logical process. So. All right, what are the 4 reasons we encapsulate? Yep, redundancy, flexibility. Makes it easier for someone to understand what's true. There we go. Unit testing and flexibility. Michael got it. There you go. And I think everyone else got it with everyone else put in a piece of it. But yeah, exactly. So it's flexibility, redundancy, testing, and reusability. Those are the 4 reasons why we encapsulate and compartmentalize our logic. All righty. Any final comments or questions? What are the tasks for today? So the task for today, so the task for today is we're primarily going to be going through our classes, where we're just going to be teaching you all the stuff that you will need for the next class. So the next thing that we're going to have soon, we're going to break for a lunch. But what I'm going to do, because I don't want to let you guys just we have a whole extra hour that we can use for teaching. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys a project where I utilize those features and capabilities and decisions. So that's what I'm going to do. And then after I finish talking about that, we'll break for an hour lunch and then we'll resume. Yeah, so we're good for about, awesome. So I got 30 minutes with you guys. So yeah, for about 30 minutes, I'm going to talk through a project that I've built that utilizes those 4 things that to me explains, that summarizes it really well. So let me go ahead and do that. If you want to know the rest of the day, Hanzala, the rest of the day is after your lunch. Valerie's going to be teaching you error handling. And then after error handling, you're going to get a quick break. And then you're going to get your application requirements from her. And after she talks about that, then you'll have about 3 hours of development time at the end of the day from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. And that's what you guys will be primarily viewing. So that's the idea. Yeah. Alrighty, so let me go back. I don't want to use this. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys this generic document creation flow. Many of you guys have seen this. I actually completed this, and it's on my YouTube channel. If you guys ever want to, if you guys can, definitely visit that YouTube channel, like and subscribe, and also ask me if there's anything that you would want me to demonstrate. Alex has given me a couple suggestions that I'm working through to show him, and there's some others that have as well. So feel free to go on there, like, it helps. It's also on the LMS as material that you can use, and some of the topics that I talk about actually will help you through your sprint 1 and actually all the applications, because I talk about some of the concepts that are being used because they're basic decisions concepts. So that is a resource. Free feel to look me up on YouTube. It's Making Decisions with a Y, MAYKING, and that's what it's called. Okay. So now what we're going to do is the generic document creation flow. So this is a flow that I've created to actually dynamically create some documents. So let's say I want to add some data and I want to get the data, the grant plan, year activity. Let's say, I'm going to say test, and I'll do some data. I'll put this in here. Put this in here, here. And let's say this is another short-term plan. Let's say I want to add a couple of long-term plans. All right, I want to add a couple of those. So this is going to be test 1. This is going to be test 2. It's going to be test 3. Thanks, Jasper. And then I'll do 4,000 for here. Just, I'm using simple values just so we can see its functionality. Boom. Okay, so we have this. So I have some data here. Now, the cool thing I can do is when I click this refresh button, boom, it automatically creates the values that were in the data repeater and puts it into the PDF file that I've created. And this is very helpful. Could have many applicable uses if you want to dynamically create invoices or however way you want. And there's a couple of key things that I used in decisions to build this. First thing is it's a data repeater. The data repeater is what houses that form. And what a data repeater is just a mini form on top of a parent form that just says, hey, for each row or item that's contained in here, all you have to do is define those values on the form data input financial plan or input type. You will always need to define a type for this. This allows us to say, hey, these are the types that is going to be used for this data repeater. Why is that needed? The reason why that's needed is because the form data.year activity allows you to be able to pick the form data. And I cannot define a variable. So if I define, let's see, year activity. So let's say I want to do year activity. Notice that I can't do that because the data repeater must always be sourced by the pick from data input type. That's why you always have to have an input type with that information, because you can't use it any other way. So that's why it has it. So that's a big key piece of it. It uses a data repeater. And then on the parent form, it uses two types of things that are important to know. It uses a document viewer, which allows you to display certain types of documents in decisions. Things like PDF files, some notepads. There are a couple of file types that it is not going to display. There's a whole document on our website called the Decisions Document Viewer that beautifully illustrates, let's pull that up right now, what it supports and what it does not. Document Viewer. And it will tell you these are the supported formats. So CSS, PDF, HTML, PNG, JPEGs, but things like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, EXE, JSON, XML, those are the file types that are not supported with that tool. So just be aware of that if you are using any of those, like Excel or Word, you'll need to convert that to a PDF, and then you can display that on a document viewer. So that's what that uses. And then what actually triggers the process to update this file and to say, hey, let us display data on this form is an event button. And what an event button does is just says, hey, on a left click, run an active form. In version 6, you can use it to run data flows or run just about anything. So here, what this does is says, hey, when you click on this, I want to run this active form flow based on that event button click. And so that's the part that ties this button into this group of logic here. And so it allows me to do a lot of those things. All right, now let's go to the main flow. What's the main flow do? How is that set up? So in this main flow, the first thing I do is I create a file, a document. This is just a document. It's a good habit to get into whenever you have variables or things you're going to be manipulating throughout your process and decisions. You want to define that at the beginning of the process, because that's what allows the process to be so that you can manipulate that file with other steps in the process. So that's why it's helpful to define those variables from the beginning. I set it as a constant value on purpose because I'm not going to be editing anything until later on in the process when we get to the HTML PDF steps. All these steps here use the string builder steps. They're a type of advanced steps and decisions that allow you to craft a simple text message or HTML string or HTML text. And if you notice when I debug this, that all of these string builder steps combined create this HTML table and create this HTML form or PDF that I can display on this form. So those are really powerful steps. They're not very much used, but they allow you to create things and add your HTML to your documents. Here is a beautiful example of subflows. I'm doing the exact same thing on both of these steps. And instead of redefining these steps, both of them are going to take in the same 3 inputs. It's going to be the financial plan, the string builder data, which is something that's needed to craft the string builder text. And then I have the value, and the value is what allows us to, which defines that text for me. And then, which is the total value, that's the text that's defined right here. And then what I do for the short term is I do the same thing. I just say, hey, it's total short term instead of total long term. And I just reuse those subflows. And so that's what gives me this block of text right here. So that's the cool and powerful thing about it, is that you can use it, is that it's reusing those subflows over instead of having me reinvent all the steps that I created. In the form, I'm going to go back to the parent form. We have the active form flow, which, as I've showed a little bit in our reusability class, it takes in the exact same steps with a couple of extra ones added, but most of the same logic. And all I did is I added a step a new flow that allows me to filter out the distinction between long-term and short-term plans. Because when you saw in my process, you saw that those values, the total long-term and the total short-term, were summed up. How do decisions know how to distinguish between the two? It uses a step called the rule collection filter step. It's a very powerful step because it allows you to define a filter criteria for a list of items. And in this case, what I did is I said, hey, I'm going to edit this rule and I want to pass in an entity plan where that equals long-term. And so this is the step that says, hey, take out the long-term plans. And then what I told decisions to do on this step is I told it to return the matches and non-matches, which you may think just returns the whole list unfiltered, but no, what it does is it returns all your matches in one category and then returns the non-matches in a different list. So this allows me to separate two separate lists. And based on that separate list, I can then output those flow steps to the LT plans and then to the ST plans, since I have delineated that, since there's only two. So that's how I utilize the templates to reuse that logic and paste it here so that I can have that refreshing of that document whenever I click on that text. There's a question from Jasper. He said, could you pass in a variable long-term or short-term and just use one subflow? So I would still have to use two separate subflows because remember, the input values are going to be different, right? The value then passing in is going to be different. Now, I could just place this subflow into this one, and I could, if I wanted to make this subflow larger, I could have just added in the short-term process. But how I thought of it, and this could be just a stylistic thing, how I thought of it was there may be some different things that need to be done to the short term. And so let me create it as its own subflow, because if I want to do some other calculation, I can add that into that just the short term and not affect the long term. And so that's why I did it that way. But I very much could have, if I wanted to pass in, just, hey, I want to just create long and short terms, I could combine them. A lot of those questions come down to what is the project scope, right? What could versions 1.1 or 1.2 be, and should I create it in a way where I have those things separate? So, yep. Yeah, and so that's the generic document prepare process. Another cool thing that I'll let you guys in on. So this is another really cool step. If you want to have this in your back pocket, it really helps when you're in a pinch. So there is a step. We all have defined data structures in decisions, right? Not every project needs them, but some projects do. Let's say you want to just get the column headers, right? Let's say, because right here, what I've done, there's one, create headers, right? Right here, what I've done is I created a constant header list for this specific type. So this very much limited me where it's not scalable because I can only use it if I'm utilizing the financial plan. But let's say, I think someone asked a question earlier in regards to a different context, but it applies here as well, where what if I wanted to take in an object and get the column names for the data structure? Does anyone know how to do that? I'll rephrase the question. So how would every data structure has data members, right? So if I go to my data types, let's say I just want to grab the names of the data members as a string list. This way, if I can pass in any type of object, I can always get that column headers for that data structure. How would I do that in decisions? Alex said, can you create a value list? I could create a value list, but then that's not really solving my problem because I'm creating another data structure to put values inside of it. And so now I have another data structure I have to maintain. An array. So yeah, I will be using an array of some sort. An entity, same issue there. I would be having to create another data structure to maintain another one, and that's a lot of overhead. Fetch entities, we have a question there, fetch entities. So the fetch entities allows me to get the results that are contained within that one. But let's say, for example, this is a flow structure. I can't fetch entities from a flow structure because it's not stored. So great comments. I'm glad you guys participated. The answer to the question is there is an actual step in decisions called get property names on object. This allows me to pass in any type of object in decisions, and I can debug it. So in this case, it's the financial plan. So I'm going to debug this. I didn't define any values. So I can pass in an object. So let me make sure that I give this a constant. Debug, because right now it thinks it's a null value. So now I'm going to pass in a constant. And then when I input this, notice that it gets me the column names, the data headers, as a string list. So let's say I wanted to do the accounts, right? I don't need to do financial plan. I can do an account, right? So I'm going to do account. And this will be type accounts. I'm going to save this. And I'm going to use this. And then instead of the account, remember, it's taking an input of an object. So decision does something really cool where it allows it to just automatically detect the type. So I can pass in an account right here. And then when I debug this, I'm just going to define some constant data. Let's see, so this will be tests. I'll just do tests or tests. And I'm just going to define this one. And let me just use an account that I've already created. So, and then I debug this. And then I look at the output of the get property names on object. Notice I get the list of all of the properties that make up an account in decisions. And you may be asking, why are you putting the constant values in there? The reason why I do that is because it needs to have, to get properties on an object, it needs to make sure that I give it an object of some type. Right now it's erroring out because I'm passing in a null value, and so it does not know how to run that. So that's why when you use the step, make sure you define your data structure type as a constant of just basic values, and then decision will then take the property names and the column names from it, and then pass it out as a string list. So if you want to know what are the properties that make up your data structure, you can easily put that on a report and say, yeah, these are the string list, and then I can manipulate that and use that. So so I wanted to talk about that because you could have said, you know, hey, in your create headers, instead of making this a static list, I could have done this using that step and passed in that financial plan. And you are correct, I could have done that, and that would have been a more scalable solution. So I just wanted to share the lesson learned that I've learned from building this, where I saw, oh, I could have done it this way. Oh, I could have done it this way. Even with this flow, even though it's neatly designed, I could have subflowed it even a little bit better. So it's always, every time you build something, you always want to think, how could I have made this better? How could I have made this more efficient? How could I have made this easier to see? So that's what I want to share with you guys, because that step, I thought that was a really cool step when I found it. I didn't know it existed in decisions, and it was just something that was like, wow, that changes a lot of things, where I can just pass in an object and get the data members from it, and then just manipulate what ones I want to place on a form or however way I want. So any comments or questions over the demonstration of this project? If you want a more recursory look of this project, I have it also on the YouTube channel. I think it's called Decisions. Let me look to YouTube. I think it's called like Decisions, generic document generation. I think that's what it's called. There it is, so you can find it. So I'm not gonna play it. So I will just link this in the chat if you guys want. There's a more thorough explanation. I go into detail of all the different steps through it. So if you ever want to just kind of take and learn about this and kind of explore more about it, it's up on my YouTube channel where I talk about more about everything else. So I wanted to say the stuff that I demonstrated, you won't be having to build that. That's just, hey, here is some. We got done a little bit early on the schedule, and so I wanted to use the training time effectively and just show you guys some new and cool things you can do in decisions. So you're kind of getting the experience of learning the tool in a lot of neat and cool ways. So that's why I showed this. You're not going to be building the generic document generator. You'll be building the Sprint 1 application. Any other comments or questions? All right, I see no questions, and it's about 11:24, 11:25. So what I'm going to do is let's just go to lunch a little bit early, and we will resume on the call at 12:30. Just want to make sure I got my agenda correct. Yep, 12:30. So we're going to go to lunch from now until 12:30, and at 12:30 you'll be taught error handling. So I'm going to pause on the recording. I hope everyone has a good lunch, and I'll see you guys in an hour.
I hope we had a great lunch. Ready to continue on with our week 1 developer course lessons. So we're going to start off coming back into our project, learning the things that we need to know to build out our Travel Splash applications, talking about sending email notifications and creating scheduled jobs in Decisions. So first up, we're going to go over some slides talking about how we create email notifications that we need to send out as part of our automation projects. So this is something that we do pretty frequently. We may have reports that need to be generated weekly, monthly, quarterly, and in some cases, we may want a user to kick off those instances, but in others, say we have an investor report that needs to be sent out quarterly, and it always has the same information. If we know what information needs to be included in that, we can set up an automated job to run that report and send it out to the relevant people so that a human being doesn't have to keep up with doing that task. So in this lesson, we're going to learn what steps we use to create notifications, what their inputs are, and how to use them. So there are 2 steps that we're going to talk about in this lesson. We're going to talk about the send email step and also send notifications to accounts and groups. So both of these steps are capable of sending an email, but they do it in different ways and with different purposes. So starting off, they have some common inputs. They all need a set list of things that we would use to configure these steps. So for the send email step, it needs to know where the email is coming from. This is something that we declare in the input mapping for the send email step. We tell Decisions what the send from email address should be. Now, this is basically an alias on the email itself. It's what's going to show up in the user's inbox as the from address. But in the headers, you're still going to see whatever email address your SMTP server is configured to send from. We also have the to, so the list of email addresses that we're going to be sending our email to as part of this step, and it's always a list. So remember that the send email step expects an array of email addresses. So even if we still want to send an email to only one user, it still has to be configured as an array. So we're going to take a look at that together in just a moment. We can set a priority on our email just like we can when we're sending an email from any other client. We can say that this is high priority, this is urgent, and so that the user's email client on the other end can prioritize that for them. If it comes through Gmail, it'll have the priority flag on it. Or if it's in Outlook, it may be highlighted in red so that the user can see that this is something we need to take action on more urgently. And of course, just like any other email, we also have a subject and a body. Now, the send email step also has the ability to send attachments. So if you're trying to send an email notification that you need to attach a file to, you're going to want to use the send email step for that email. Contrast that with the send notification to accounts and groups step. This step is also capable of sending an email, but it can also send an SMS or a text message to your users, or it can show a pop-up in the decisions portal. It takes a lot of the same inputs, whereas instead of a list of users and groups, it's going to take or instead of a list of email addresses, it's going to take either a list of groups or a list of users that it can send those notifications to, either by email or through the decisions portal. It also takes a message and the subject line that would show up either in that person's inbox, in the subject line of the pop-up notification, or in the subject line of their email account when they receive that email message. Now, the send notification to accounts and groups step is good for if you just need to give a message to your user. It's not going to allow you to send an attachment. So if you need to send a report, you wouldn't want to use the send notifications to accounts and groups step. There we go. So just going back over some of those differences. So send email only sends one type of message. It just sends emails. Whereas the send notification to accounts and groups can send an email, show a pop-up in the decisions portal, or it can send an SMS or text message to phone numbers that you've declared. The send email step can send attachments. So if you need to attach a report or a PDF file that is either stored or created in decisions, you would want to use that send email step. But if you don't need to attach a document, if you just need to send a status update message, you can use the send notification to accounts and groups step to do that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to build a very simple flow together. Or I'm going to build a flow on the screen. You don't necessarily have to follow along, but this will be illustrative for you for some of the processes that you're going to do as part of your Travel Splash build to generate reports and then send them to specific users. Go. All right, so here in my decisions portal, I'm going to use the purchase request project that we build as part of our business analyst training for the purposes of this demonstration. So what I want to do is I have a member of senior leadership here at Purchase Request Company who wants to get a report of purchase requests that have been generated by this system on a regular basis, say once a day or once a week. So here in the click-through project, I'm going to create an additional flow that will generate that report and then send it via email to that individual. Here we go. So the first thing I want to do is actually generate the report itself. So I'm going to add a run report step to my flow. And then I'm going to pick or create report and create a new one because our reports always need to be bespoke. This should be a report that is only used for this purpose of reporting to this member of Purchase Request Company leadership. Give it a name, and I'm dropped into the reports designer. So in here, I'm going to find the data structure that I use to store my purchase request information. And I'm going to add some data fields. So I want to know who is the requester name, what items did they request, what was the total, and what was the state. So I can make some formatting changes to this, make it look the way that I want it to so that it looks nice for the individuals that I'm reporting to. And once I'm satisfied with the report itself, I can go ahead and save that and then close the reports designer. So my report will be generated. That report will be generated every time this flow runs. Now, when it runs, I want it to automatically send to those members of leadership in my company. So this is going to be sent as an attachment. And so I'm going to use the send email step. go. For the from, you can see it's already set to a constant, and you have the little message here. Your SMTP server may not respect the from setting below. So this is going to be kind of like an alias. I'm going to put in an email address here. I'm going to say that this is coming from purchase request reporting. Decisions.com. But whenever it comes through on the other end, it depends on, the security that's been set up by the recipient's email server, what have their administrators said is allowable. A generic Gmail is probably just going to show this. But again, if they were to look in the headers, they're going to see whatever the from email address is for the SMTP settings in my decision server. Here in the two, we configure a list of email addresses. So again, this is an array. It wants a list of items here. So we can pass it in programmatically, or we can set it to be a constant. In our case, for this report, this is always going to go to the same individuals. And I'm just going to go ahead and send this to training@decisions.com. Here we can set that priority. If I set this to be true, this value here, and anytime we're working with a constant Boolean value, if you haven't seen this before, it's just going to give us this checkbox. Unchecked is false, checked is true, because this is a constant Boolean. It can only be one of those two things. This is not, I'm going to consider a high priority email, so I'm going to leave this unchecked. For the subject, let's do something fancy with the subject. I'm going to go ahead and use the merge plain text editor. Just request report for. I'm going to put the date in here. So under flow data, of course, we have all of the available properties that our flow will know, what decisions knows about its current state whenever this flow is run. And so in there, we're going to have things like current user, and also we're going to have a current date time. So it's actually two. So there's the end time, that's when the flow is completed, whatever the time is, whenever this flow is done. But we also are going to have the start time. So that's going to be whenever the start step for this flow is kicked off. So I'm just going to put that in the subject line. So I'm going to format that differently because I actually don't want the time in there. I just want the date. So to make sure that this looks nice, find date, and I want the short date. Formatting, short date. There we go. Move it. There we go. And then in the body, of course, we could pass this in programmatically, but for our purposes, I am going to leave this as a constant, but I'm just going to set it to merge HTML text and type out a message in here. So whatever we want to say to these users here in the body of this email. And of course, we can pass in variables that come from elsewhere in the flow and make this look however we want whenever it actually arrives to our user. Oh, and then one other thing, of course, I've generated the report and now I need to add it as an attachment. So down below, we have our attachments and it's by default set to null. So it wants a list of file data. So I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to select that from the flow and I'm going to choose my report. Now you can already see that there's an issue here. So it's expecting a list of type file data, and I can tell that again by looking at the type that attachments is looking for, and it has those two square brackets at the end. So I know that this is looking for an array, but the report, that value that I have here, is not an array, it's a single item. So just like we've seen before, I need to build array, and I'm just going to have one item, item 0. That's going to be the report that I'm generating in the previous step. So now I can map that in. Here we go. So whenever I run this, I'll just do a debug. It generates our report. attaches that to the email, and then our email sends that off to training@decisions.com because that's what I set in the input mapping for the step. Now, when I want to do this on a regular basis, so this would be great if I wanted a human being to actually manually kick off this process. I might need to have them go in and click a button in the portal to generate that report and send that email. However, I want this to happen automatically. I don't want to have to remember to perform this task. So I'm going to save my report email flow. And I'm going to set up a scheduled job in Decisions. If you come from a system administration background, you may know cron jobs. This is very similar. We're going to give Decisions specific intervals or a specific time in which it should run this task. So we do this from within the system folder. Then under the system folder, it's in the jobs and events folder, and we have our message queues and scheduled jobs. So there are two types of jobs that you can add here in the scheduled jobs folder. So there's scheduled jobs and interval jobs. These can be used very much in the same way. The main difference is that with a scheduled job, I'm saying that this needs to run at a specific time. If I know that I want this email to be sent on the 1st of every month, I would use a scheduled job for that. If I know that I want it to go out at 3 p.m. every day, I would use a scheduled job for that. Conversely, with an interval job, I'm giving an amount of time that should pass between the instances. So instead of saying that this should happen at 1 o'clock every day, I'm saying that this should happen every hour or every 15 minutes or every 28 days this should run. So instead of saying at a specific date and time, I'm saying after this interval of time has passed, this job should happen. So for our purposes, I'm going to go ahead and set this up as an interval job just so it'll be a little bit easier to actually watch this happen. So I'm going to, under the interval jobs tab, say start a new scheduled flow. And I'm going to pick the flow that we just created. So my report email flow. Give it a name to say send purchase request report. And underneath in the job settings, this is where we can configure when this should happen. So we can set a start date, and I'm going to leave this as right now. But let's say that I'm building out this process and I want to set it up to work every 15 minutes, but I don't actually want it to start until noon tomorrow. We could go ahead and select that start time so that this scheduled job wouldn't begin until that specified time. I'm going to go ahead and switch this back though to right now. Go. Underneath, we can set when this job should happen. So under calendar, schedule configuration. So we can schedule our jobs here, but for the purposes of immediately time span. Okay. Cool. So by setting the time span schedule, I believe if I switch this back, yeah, cool, excellent. So it's just a little bit different in version 7. Apologies, everybody. I'm still kind of getting used to it. So for the daily schedule, this is when I'm going to say this should happen every day at a certain time. We could also say, first day of month, last day of month, a monthly schedule, do it on the 15th of every month at 3 p.m. But for our purposes, we're going to leave this as a time span schedule, which gives me this different way to configure down here, where I can set the actual amount of time that should pass between each of these jobs running. So I'm just going to set this to 1 minute. So this job should run every minute until I tell it to stop. Here we go. Cool. So once I'm satisfied with my configuration, I like the timings that I've laid out. I can go ahead and save. And then our scheduled jobs will run. So whenever I refresh, It's showing up under the scheduled job instead of the interval jobs, but both of these folders contain both scheduled jobs and interval jobs. If you're looking for one that you created and it seems like it might be in the wrong place, just switch over to the other tab. This is something that has confused me a couple of times where I'll think, man, I know I created that job and I can see that it's running because I'm getting the emails or the task is happening. I can see it, but I don't see the scheduled job in the scheduled jobs folder. Switch that tab to check out some of the other jobs that the other folder tabs that you may have available. There's also startup jobs. These would be tasks that you want to happen every time your decisions server boots. So there may be certain tasks that you want to happen anytime there's the system gets reset. If you restart your decisions instance, you want it to run certain tasks. You can do that here in the startup jobs. So this is something that you will do as part of Travel Splash. You're going to have the report that gets sent to the CEO on a regular basis, and you will need to set up a scheduled or an interval job, an automated job, so that a human being doesn't have to do that sending. And we can already see that mine has begun to run. I can see that it hasn't failed. It looks like it is actually working successfully. I can see the last run date was in this minute, so at 12:54 p.m. And this will update every time it runs after that. There we go. All right, so questions about sending email notifications and scheduling jobs and decisions. This one's pretty straightforward, I think. All right, I see no questions. So yeah, I think that one is pretty low intensity, but we are going to crank it up a little bit for the next section. Yeah, as far as the why, Alex, so I'm not actually sure. There will be something that I selected in here that changed the way that Decisions was interpreting whether it was a scheduled job or a interval job. They are both technically the same. As you saw in the configuration screen, the difference between a scheduled job and interval job really just comes down to the configurations that we provide in the job itself. And they're just ways of separating them into the different folders. On the technical level, though, they are the same. All right, so a little bit more complicated, a little bit more involved. This is something that will take more effort on your part to configure in your purchase, or excuse me, in your travel request project. But we're going to talk about exception handling. And so exception handling is extremely important to us as developers. Of course, we are no code developers, but we are still doing software development. We're doing application development when we work in Decisions. And anytime we're doing software development, application development, errors will happen. Things are going to go wrong. Things are not always going to happen the way that we've envisioned when we're planning out our project, or the way that we expect things to happen. And so it's important for lots of reasons to make sure that we're providing a robust system for our users to be notified whenever something goes wrong, that we're providing them with paths in their process so that if something does go wrong, they have a way to remediate that. This may be something that you ran into with your purchase request projects. I know that if you went through beginner training with us previously or business analyst training last week, there will have been some items in your purchase request project that were in the status of exception. And once that happened, those things were just kind of lost. They were stuck in exception. If the assignment was not handled correctly or something else goes wrong, that's just kind of stuck in the system. So you may want to provide a way to loop that back around to another point in the process where a user can continue the process, get a notification about what went wrong, alert other relevant users, system administrators, IT personnel of the problem so that they can get that repaired, and you don't have processes just backing up. So we're going to talk about some specific steps that we use for error handling. So these 3 steps that we have on the screen are not strictly necessary for your error handling. You don't need to have these all the time, but these are useful for when you need to display a custom error message for your users. When there's something that you want to display to your users in the portal about an error that's happened. So the throw exception step creates a user exception message that can be caught and logged in the primary log. So the throw exception step isn't always necessary if you want to have an exception caught and logged in the primary log. However, there may be a specific instance where if this step is the one that throws the error, we may want to connect that throw exception step to it and have it do something specific as opposed to other general errors in the flow. Similarly, the throw business exception rule works the same as the throw exception, with the exception of no pun intended. Here in the text, you can see that it adds in the square brackets business rule exception. So this would be a way for us to differentiate for our users that something has gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily something technical. It wasn't something wrong with decisions, that there was a business rule exception that, hey, you know, we have a truth table set up that is intended to take in these 3 pieces of information, but the information that I got doesn't match the formats that you've said, so I can't make a decision about that. Or you've said that only 1 new hire can be passed through the process at once, but I'm getting 2. Something that is not necessarily system breaking, but that we don't want to happen in our process. So something that breaks our business rules that we're configuring and automating in decisions. We may also want to throw a non-catchable exception. It may be that we have an exception that we don't need logged, that we don't want to record anywhere. We don't want anything special to happen when this happens, but we do still want to show a message to the user. So we can use a throw non-catchable exception to our flow to handle those instances. So again, these 3 steps aren't always necessary. We don't necessarily need to have a throw exception step in order to catch an exception later. When we start talking about in the next slide, catch exceptions, it's going to do that regardless of whether we have a throw exception step or not. This would be for special instances, these 3 steps, when we want to show error messages to our users in a specific circumstance. Now, the catch exception step, though, this is one that we do want to use anytime we need to take action on an exception. So this is a step that we add to our flows. It acts kind of like a start step. It's not connected prior to its inception to any other steps in the flow. It's a exclamation point, pin drop icon, just like we would see for the start step or the end step. So it starts its own path in the flow wherever it's added. So this is used to catch exceptions thrown by the throw exception step and the throw business rule exception step, as well as any other exceptions in the flow. It will output troubleshooting information like the flow ID, step ID, the exception message that was captured, and the full stack trace, which is to say the full error message with all of the developer information that gets thrown whenever that exception happens. It then starts its own path. You can see that there is this tail coming off of the catch exception step labeled exception. And after this runs, we can add any number of steps to our flow to handle that exception in the way that we want. One of the steps that we might add after that is the log step. So this is used to write a message in the log file in decisions. So this can contain multiple categories. We can say that this is a debug log. This is an info log. This is a warn log, error or fatal. Typically, what we're going to use is error. This is going to be most frequent for our purposes. And I'm going to tell you more about this in just a moment. But whatever we configure here, this is a way for us to add the specific instance details about the exception that happened into the log file so that we as developers can go back later, find out exactly what happened and repair the issue. So when you get a ticket come through your system that says, when I was running this flow yesterday at 2:30, this is what happened. I can go back to the logs, find what was going on around that time and see the specific log file that was written whenever that user had that issue in their flow. So for our purposes, we have an additional requirement in our requirements document for Travel Splash to add the exception handling project. And I believe I saw, I'm sorry, I was out of the room earlier today with other classes, but I believe I saw that we've already talked about Travel Splash. Have we seen the requirements yet, or am I getting ahead of myself? Okay, cool, thank you. Very good, very good. So once you actually do start looking at those requirements, and thanks y'all, there's going to be an option in there, or one of the requirements that you're going to have to fulfill is to download a project from us to install into your decisions environment and use that to configure your exception handling. So I'm going to do a brief demonstration of how that project works, how you import it, and what the details about that are. So first, this is going to be a little bit of a preview. We're going to go over these things specifically a little bit later on today. I'm just going to find that document so that I can show you. Okay, so again, we're getting ahead of ourselves just a teensy bit, but whenever you are looking at your requirements document that we're going to tell you more about later today, at the very bottom, one of the last things that's listed in here is logging and error handling. And it tells you to download the error handling project to incorporate into your build. So those of you who are on a shared server, you only need to import this once. So I'm going to show you what it looks like. If your neighbor that you're sharing a server with has already imported it, great. There's no need to do that again because you're all going to share this same error handling instance within your shared server. But to download this, I'm just going to click the link, open it up, and download that. It's going to come through as a zip file, as you can see down here at the bottom of my browser tab. And to import that into decisions, of course, I would just drag that file into my browser and click import. Once that's done, it's going to show up in a folder that looks just like this. And I'm not going to actually do the import just because I already have it. But this down here at the bottom, it's going to create this utilities folder. And within that utilities folder will be the error handling project and all of the tools that it takes to create this. You feel free to look through these flows. Don't change them because you will break the error handling potentially. But you can take a look at all of the elements that went into our development team creating this error handling project. Yeah, so Phil, we haven't given out the page yet. That's going to come later today. So included in here is also an error handling dashboard that we're going to look at once we've actually generated some errors. So what this does is it adds some flows, some forms, some decisions elements that we can use to help us handle our errors. So I've already built out a flow that will generate errors. This flow is broken. I've got an add step here with no values mapped in. If this runs, it has to throw an exception. It's going to be broken. And so I want to capture those errors and record them in my error handling project. So what I'm going to do is the first thing is I need to add a catch exception step. So I'm going to add that catch and put that into my flow canvas. So you can see it looks a lot like its start step. It's just an exclamation point. There's nothing that comes before it, just like the start step. This is its own branch in my flow, not connected to anything else that comes before it. After it, however, I do have my on exception tail that I could add additional steps to. So I could say that I want to add a log step to this. You know, throw a log in there. Ooh, not to that side. Throw a log in there so that a specific log message can be accounted for. We could also do like a go-to step. So here I could say, okay, well, once the exception has been caught and I've done some other things to it, I want you to go to the specific step in the flow and try again. You know, I can just say, hey, whenever we've logged the error, go and do something else. So I can say, skip ahead to the next step. Whatever the development plan is for me, for what I want to happen after this exception has been accounted for. For our purposes though, however, to use that error handling project, that's going to include logging. That's going to include a lot of these things that you don't necessarily have to build out manually because it's already been built out for us by our professional services team here at Decisions. So here on the catch exception step, the only thing I'm going to add is a run subflow. I'm going to call this my exception handling flow. So with this tool that's already been built out for us, I don't need to account for all of those individual steps and come up with the plan necessarily myself. This is just something that is going to be handled by the flow that's already been created in our utilities folder. And once this wakes up, I'm just going to save and refresh. So here in my run subflow step, I'm going to pick or create flow and pick an existing flow. I'm going to go to all so that I can see this in the folder tree. And just like we've done in previous courses, I'm going to go to the all so I can see my entire folder tree and find my error handling flow, which is for us in a slightly different place. We've just moved it. Again, yours is going to be in a folder labeled utilities. So here in the error handling project, I'm going to go to the flows section, and there are 3 flows in here that I can use. So handle errors for flow, and then there's also this handle errors for forms. The diagram tile line chart, this is one that I've never used before. This would be for some very specific instance that I'm not entirely familiar with, but these 2 are the ones that we'd want to use most often. And I can tell you that the handle errors for forms, that's for very specific instances with forms. And I will tell you that even if the error that you're trying to capture is on a form, generally speaking, you're still going to want to use the handle errors flow. I've had a lot of students run into trouble with the handle errors for forms. However, even if it is a form that we're trying to capture errors for, the handle errors flow will do that just fine, regardless of what type of element you're trying to capture errors for. So I'm going to select the handle errors flow and add that to my process. So whenever the add step isn't able to complete because it can't, my catch exception step is going to run. And immediately after that, my exception handling flow will be the next thing called. And then I'm just going to connect my error handling flow to my end step. I'm going to say that's what I want to happen. I want to record the exception, gather all the information, and then for the flow to end. Now on the exception handling flow, it does have a lot of inputs that I can configure to give me more information about this error and tell the exception handling flow how I want it to deal with this process. So current flow ID, we're just going to go ahead and pick that flow data and say current flow ID and pass that information in. So again, under flow data, that's the portion of the available properties that contains everything Decisions knows about the current instance of this flow, when it's running, who's running it, everything it knows about itself in that moment. For the error message override, I am going to go ahead and ignore this one. So this would be if I wanted to override the default error message text and have it say something else. So if the actual error message is entity ID cannot be blank, I could replace that with, some other thing. But I don't necessarily need to do that. I'm going to go ahead and ignore it and keep whatever the default error message is. Some of these others are default filled in for us, like exception stack full trace, exception message, exception stack, exception type name. I'm not going to change any of these. I'm going to leave this information as it is default because that's actually what I want to capture. I want to know that when this add step doesn't run, it's going to gather all of the default information. Now I could, alter these things. I could add additional information to them, change them out for something else completely. But in most cases, I'm going to want to leave these exactly as they are. Extra details, however, you may want to include something that is not part of the default exception items that get generated. We may want to include an additional message. Something like it's broken. Whatever we want to say here, any additional details, we could pass in other items. Let's say I'm going to merge plain text. I'm going to throw in, go to flow data, find current user email, and add a message here, is the one who broke it. So that we can gather whatever additional information we want to know about the instance whenever this error occurred. For the log level, we're going to set this to a constant and select one of the available options. So these are those same available options that we saw in the slides. For our purposes, whenever we're doing our training projects, we recommend that you use the error log level for everything. So by default, our exception handling project is going to create an assignment for an individual to review this process. So if we take a look in the handle errors flow, so this error handling admin form is going to be assigned to whoever we configure in the assignment details, which here, override assignees. Okay, I got it. So whoever is set up here, and we can see that it is configured for the override assignees variable. So for our purposes, that's what we would put into this box here. This is where we're going to list whatever users or groups need to be included on that assignment. We could also just say no assignment. If I don't want anyone to be there, I can just select that and say, yep, don't assign this to anybody. This value is true. Don't generate an assignment. Don't generate a task. This just needs to be logged and recorded. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and ignore that, though. I do want the assignment to happen. And for this, because this is looking for a list, I'm going to build array, and I'm going to tell it to send this exception to me. So whenever that exception gets generated and that task is assigned, we can set a different button name on that. It's by default, I think it's going to say review. We could change that to anything we want. We could say, you know, fix this flow. Provide a project name. For this, I'm going to say that this is the addition project. For your project that you're going to be working on this week, you would probably want to put travel splash there so that it gets recorded appropriately, so that those logs make sense, that it was the travel splash project that generated this error. And then for reporting user, I'm going to select the current user. So whoever is currently logged in, that's who should get reported as the reporting user. So once we've handled all of those inputs on our exception handling flow, what our professional services team has built out is going to take care of the rest for us. It's going to run this entire long, complex flow to write the appropriate information to the logs, to alert the appropriate users, to determine anything else it can do to help us handle this error, add it to the dashboard, and give us more detailed information into that error. So I'm going to go ahead and debug this. Let me give it a save, and then we'll see that happen. So when I debug, my flow cannot complete. So I have an error in flow. My add step runs. It's not going to list an exception here because I have my step set up to, hey, if there is an exception, do this other thing. However, you can see that after my add step ran, and there were no values, no data, it errored out. My flow did not proceed past the add step. Once that error was triggered, our flow jumped over here to the catch exception step, and it began following this path. And right now it's stalled because we're waiting for that user assignment. And because that's assigned to me, I have the pop-up down here in the debugger to take action on that. So this is what that report looks like whenever it comes through to that user. It was the step add, this was the step ID, this is the flow ID when this happened. This happened in the addition project and in the exception handling flow. I get the exception type name, the exception message, error running step add in flow, exception handling, exception invoking method add on class steps numbers. So, and then of course, the exception of full stack trace, all of the information for decisions developers like us about what went wrong in here, everything that was called that may give us an idea, some better insight into which step is going wrong, what information it needed, what information it wasn't getting, and how we can fix it. And then here's where, you know, I fix this flow. That's the name of the button that I set and the inputs for our exception handling subflow. We defined what that action name was, and I made it fix this flow. Now, once our user marks this complete, the flow will actually finish. So write down your comments. So this is for the user that actually does the repairing, who looks over the information. We can say, you know, fixed, can't resolve, external error, whatever the actual resolution for this is, and then add some additional comments. So I'm going to put can't resolve, no inputs in the add step. And then mark that complete, and my flow will resolve. So this exception handling flow is extremely handy. I like it an awful lot. It takes a lot of the work out of setting up the processes that you need for that error handling. I don't have to add a log step or any specific steps to make sure that my errors get handled appropriately, that I'm going to have all the information that I need about those, because this subflow is going to take care of all of that for me. And it's going to be very useful for you in all of your projects going forward in the developer course. Every one of our projects is going to involve using this exception handling flow from the exception handling project that you'll download in the requirements document once you get those. Yeah, no worries, Phil. I'll provide that to you as a PDF as well, so that you don't have to worry with the G Suite issues. Good questions. So what if there are multiple exceptions in a single flow? For example, 2 or more add formulas with no inputs. Will it all seek the same catch exception step? Absolutely. And in fact, I think I'm going to go to the documentation for this one because that's actually covered in our error handling best practices here on the site that I will share with you. Is it this one? No. I'm going to share this with everybody, and then we'll take a look at this example. So down here, yeah, so we have 2 add steps in this flow. They're called in a branch and merge, and we're going to talk about branches and merges later in the developer course. But instead of executing these 2 add steps sequentially, it tries to execute them at the same time. And you can see I have 1 attempt to run here, 1 attempt to run on this add step, but my catch exception step grabbed both of them. I have 2 instances of it running. So multiple errors in the flow. Now, if your flow is running sequentially, like we can see over here on the left, once this add step runs and it's not able to complete, it doesn't continue on. It's not going to proceed to the next step that may also throw an error. It's just going to stop right here, throw that exception, and then end the flow or do whatever steps we put on our exception tail. But if there are multiple steps that execute at once, it's going to record both of those errors at once. Yeah, and MLM, you absolutely can. So if you didn't want to assign this to a user and you just wanted to record that in the log, so instead of using the exception handling flow that we've built out, we would just add a log file. So I'm just going to break this. So on my exception, I'm just going to add the log step. With this step, I could just write an error message to the log that I could review later without doing any assignments or any other more complex logic for that. Great question, Alfred. Is there a built-in report for all the exception handling items, or do we need to create it by ourselves? So this is something that comes with that exception handling project. So if we go back down to our utilities folder, in the error handling folder itself, we have the error handling dashboard. So in here, I have my 1 ticket that was created today. This is the only error that we've handled with the system on the server, at least recently. So I have that exception handling message, to view details about that, and get reporting on that down below. If we had current assignments, and I'll just go ahead and generate another one. If we have a current assignment open, did it do it? Maybe it didn't. Debug. Oh, that's because I removed it. Duh. There we go. Let me try that again. So I run my flow. It assigns this to me. I'm just going to dismiss this for right now. And then in the error handling dashboard, I can see that assignment and I can take action on it from here. Great questions, great questions. I'm just going to scroll through the chat and make sure that I haven't missed any. But what other questions do we have about exception handling? Cool, cool. I see no questions. So up next, I know I kind of buried the lead a little bit. So sorry, I missed what happened with the first error. So that one, we actually acknowledged it in line. So with assignments, of course, this should be something that's familiar to us from business analyst or beginner training. But with assignments, because this is assigned to me, all of those errors from my flow are coming to me. I can see it in my inbox. So this is the current one. And with that first one that we did, it was just showing it to me in line. Because I am the currently signed in user, and it was being assigned to me, it just popped up in the debugger for me to take action on. But this is where I would view that detailed information. And then once I mark it as fixed, it goes away. It's still reported on, it's still logged. We can see it in the dashboard, but it's no longer going to appear in the open issues. So current exception assignments, there are no more. But I do have the 2 that were already completed, and I can see them here. Cool. And I think I said I was going to share that exception handling best practices with everybody. Let me just make sure. I'm going to put that into the chat so that you can have that for reference. This one is actually pretty handy. I like this document a lot. Kind of like the data structures document. This is one that I would keep bookmarked so that you can return to that later. So if there are no other questions about exception handling, the only other thing that we have to do is actually talk about your project that you're going to be building this week. So that's next up on the agenda for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have us take a 15-minute break, go and stretch your legs, process the information that we've just gone over, because both of those things, so sending a report via email on a scheduled job and exception handling, are requirements for the project that you're going to be building. So both of those items do have to be accounted for in that project. So go back over your notes, formulate any questions, and then when we return at 1:45, we're going to introduce you to the project that you're going to be building, talk about what the requirements for it are, and get you started on your independent build for the week. So everybody go ahead and take 15 minutes. I'm going to put a timer up on the screen, and we will return to talk about your Travel Splash project. Where's the puppies one? There's usually one with puppies. Beach it is. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we've got a couple of questions in the channel. One about problems importing exception handling from a newer version. So go ahead and continue the import. Decisions will give you the ability to continue that. That's not likely to cause any trouble with that minor version change. So do go ahead and continue that import. Now, as far as so Phil's question here, so it looks like someone has created a scheduled job in the server. Please do turn that off. We don't like, I actually just got a message about mine. Jared was like, hey, can you turn off that error handling? This is pinging everybody every 2 minutes. I forgot to turn off the one that I've created as a demo. Do go ahead and disable any scheduled jobs that you created. If you were following along with me, go ahead and disable those so that they're not sending a bunch of emails to your classmates. Bear with me just another moment. I'm going to prepare the materials for the next section. Here we go. So a few more questions. So how do we configure SMTP on our local machines? I'm going to write that one down, and I will come back to that at the end, just because it's kind of an aside. If you want to set up an SMTP so you'll have working email on your local machines, that's totally something you can do. I'm going to make myself a little note, and we will cover that at the end. So Bhaskar asks, what do we need to do now? So right now we're about to go over our Travel Splash requirements. If you weren't with us previously, you will need to go back and rewatch the videos from earlier today as soon as those are posted. But right now we're about to go over our project that we're going to be working on for the week. Alex asks, does the import generate the utilities folder? It sure does. So once you import that exception handling project, it's going to create that utilities folder in your folder tree where the error handling project will live. Here we go. And so for everybody, so this is the Google Drive link to our requirements document if you prefer to use Google Drive. I'm putting that in the Zoom chat right now. I'm also going to attach the PDF for anyone who cannot use Google Drive to view that document. So this is our Travel Splash requirements document. So go ahead and pull that up. Go ahead and take a look at it. But then we're going to watch a video together that was created by our team here at Decisions. That's meant to illustrate for you how this document comes to be. So this is going to be the requirements meeting between Decisions developers and the Travel Splash company to discuss the needs that they need for their automation project that we're building for them. Just get that pulled up.
redundancy. Sorry, bear with me just a moment, everybody. I had to reformat my computer recently, and so everything is not where I left it. Here we go, everybody. Sorry for the delay. For anyone who's having Google Drive issues,
There is the actual exception handling project that you can download out of the Zoom chat. Where is this thing? Okay. Here we go. Sorry, everybody, not finding that video. So we're going to move past it and we're just going to talk about it together. So whenever we're going to engage a customer, whether you are a Decisions employee or a Decisions developer, if you're going to be working with members of the general public or within your own organization, there's always going to be a project planning meeting. You're going to get together with the stakeholders who are requesting your services to develop an automated process for them. You're going to gather the requirements that they have, the things that they need to get out of this automation project, and write all those things down. Now, once that meeting has occurred, what you're going to end up with is the requirements document that we've already shared with you that I see some of you are looking over. So that document, once we've compiled all of our notes, we as developers, or if you have a system architect working on your project, will come up with a requirements document like this one. This is identical. This is the one that we use internally here at Decisions for all of our development projects. We have a system architect or a team of system architects who create these for us, that create the tasks, assign the tasks that our developers will need to do to achieve the goals of our customer. So we can see here that this one's created by Derek Hippa, Decisions developer, Decisions architect here within the company, created this document to represent the requirements that the Travel Splash company has provided to us. So down below, some more meta information about the document itself, table of contents, and then we actually get into what the project is about. So goals and purpose, this is our high-level overview of why we're doing this. What is this project meant to be about? Who are we doing this for? What do they need to get out of it? So we have Travel Splash is a network of independent traveling sales representatives that sell industrial equipment within the United States. Travel Splash needs the ability to track where their employees are traveling to, expenses, what state or phase their employees' requests are in, and what state or phase their employees' requests are in. So they want to be able to track all of the information about a travel request project. And by state or phase, here we mean, is this a new request? Is this a request that's pending manager approval? Is this a request that's been booked? Is this a trip that's completed? The goal of the project is to build a solution from the ground up. So we're going to be creating an end-to-end application from scratch to handle this travel request system for the Travel Splash company. This build should allow, or should be able to allow, the Travel Splash employee to submit a travel request with the ability to meet requirements that are going to be specified within this document, and then track the process from start to finish and have the necessary approvals and booking that is needed. So the scope of the project. And so scope, but what we mean by that is, where are our limits? How far are we going to go with this project? So whenever you start building out in Decisions, and this is something that I find myself doing an awful lot, I'll think, oh, well, I'm going to build a nice little flow to generate documents that my trainees need and send them to them at particular intervals. And then I'll think, oh, well, if I do that, I might as well go ahead and build out a system to create their report cards. And oh, if I do that, I might as well go ahead and build out a system to to enroll them in their classes. And if I do that, and you can just keep going on forever. And if you do that, you will lose sight of what you're actually trying to build. And you will end up not achieving the direct goal that you're trying to accomplish while you're trying to build out all those other things. So the scope here gives us our limits. It tells us what are we trying to achieve and how far are we going to go with it. So the objective of this project is to build out a completed environment for Travel Splash employees to submit and review and book travel requests for their daily needs. So all Travel Splash employees will have access to the environment, excluding the CEO. So everyone that's going to be involved in this needs to be able to sign in to the decisions portal, submit requests, review requests in accordance with the rights that their role grants to them, except the CEO. The CEO does not want to be involved in this system. They're going to be involved in a minor way in that we're going to be sending them some reports. We're going to be alerting them to some travel requests that come through, but that user should never have a portal login. So the employees that will be involved consist of 3 departments: sales representatives, sales managers, and booking agents. So those are 3 user groups that we're going to need to create as part of our Travel Splash project so that we can assign those roles and responsibilities programmatically by their group. The deliverables of the design and development are the ability for managers and sales representatives to be able to submit a travel request. So users in both of those groups will be requesting travel. A dashboard overview for managers to review employee submissions and overview of requests. So this is something that will be available. This dashboard is something that will be available to managers, but not to the sales representatives and not to booking. And then booking agents need to be able to review the travel requests submitted by both groups, the sales representatives and the sales managers. So those are our 3 big components. So managers and sales reps need to be able to submit travel requests. Sales managers need to be able to have a dashboard where they can get insight into the requests that they need to approve and take action on. And booking agents will be able to review and complete travel requests. Underneath that, we have what we call a process map. This is meant to be a visualization of the logic of our flow. Very important to note, and write this one down if you need to. This is something that you may want to put on a sticky note. This is something that kind of trips people up quite a bit, is that this representation that you see here, the process map, is not meant to be indicative of what your flow should look like when it is completed. Your flow will very likely look different from what you have here. Some of these things may be contained in subflows. Some steps may look different. This process map is meant to give us an idea of the logic that is going to be involved, but not meant to be an outline or a preview of what our actual flow itself is going to look like. But we can follow the logic here in this flow chart though. We can see that we begin our process at the start step where our user has the ability to submit a travel request. After that, we're going to do some logic. These diamond shapes represent rules in our process map. So these are business logic that's going to happen after our user submits. So first, we're going to determine if the estimated cost is greater than $500. And if the user who submits, and this isn't included here, it's going to be included in the requirements down below. And if the user who is submitting is a sales manager. So if the request is less than 500, or if the user is a sales manager, we're going to skip all of this information and go straight to our booking review. Also, any requests that are greater than $2,500, we want to make sure that we send an email to the CEO. This is a traditional email that we're going to send to this person that does not involve them to log into the portal and take any action. This is just a notification. They just want to be alerted to requests that are over $2,500. They don't actually want to be involved in this. They just want the ability to take action if they should want to on a request if it's over that amount. Now, if our user is a sales rep, after that's been, that logic has taken effect, we're going to submit to a sales manager. We're going to use a truth table or another rule to determine which manager that should go to. And then we're going to have our manager review where they can choose to either approve, and we can see we have an approved tail and a denied tail off of this request. So our manager can choose to approve or deny that request. And based on that, our flow will proceed differently. If they approve it, we're going to send an email to the user letting them know that a manager has approved their request, and then it's going to go to the booking department to either finalize or cancel that request. If the manager denies it, or regardless of whichever outcome the booking department chooses, our user is going to get an email alerting them to the final outcome of their travel request, and then our flow will end. So again, whenever you're building this out, there's going to be more steps involved than what we see here in the process map. The steps will look different. The layout of it may look different, but this should give us an idea of the actual logic that's required for our project to be successful. How do we feel so far? We're going to get to the rest of the document. We're going to answer more questions, but just what we see up through the process map. So goals and purpose, scope, and process map. Do we have any questions about those three items? Let's see. Oh, and I do see some questions that I did not see previously. Can we deploy the exception module in decision 6? So I believe it was actually built in 6, so that should work just fine. If you run into any trouble, please let me know. Good deal. So I see no new questions. We will move on. So underneath that, we have our feature overview. So we have this broken down into 3 major categories. So our users should be able to submit a travel request. Other users will have the ability to review a travel request, and the booking department will have the ability to review and take action on requests as well. So these are our 3 main features: submission, review, and review. So should managers see the requests from sales reps who do not report to them? So that's going to be answered in the document. But to save some time, yes, we're going to create the ability for sales managers to see requests from all sales reps. Good question. So now that we know our 3 main features, so request, review, and review, we can move on to assumptions. So Travel Splash has roughly 5 employees that will be using the system, and that there will be a low number of requests every month. So we're still very beginning and very early in our decisions developer journey. There may be ways that we would build this out if this was a production environment for a large organization that we're just not quite ready for yet in our decisions developer role. We're going to be keeping this pretty simple. We're not going to worry about multiple simultaneous requests. We're not going to worry about big requests coming through. Travel Splash is a small organization, and there will be a low number of requests every month. We can keep this pretty simple for ourselves while we're learning together. So, oh, and then one more note about the Travel Splash has roughly 5 employees using the system. One of the ways that we can have fun with these projects, and I think it is actually important for us when we're trying to keep track of who's a sales rep, who's a sales manager, is this my account or is this my neighbor's account? So as always, we want you to include your initials in anything that you create in decisions if you're using a shared environment. So if you're on one of our training servers, please do continue to add your initials to everything just like you've done in previous trainings. However, for the sake of keeping things simple and having some fun with this, I like to encourage people to pick your favorite intellectual property, your favorite book, your favorite movie, a video game, a TV show, and use characters from that property for your accounts. I always use Star Trek for everything. I'm a big Star Trek fan. And so that helps me keep track of what users I'm creating. So if I know that, well, I've got Captain Kirk and Captain Picard, those are going to be my managers. And I can keep track of that because they're the heads of their ships on the TV show. And anybody else, I know that Data is from Captain Picard's show. So I can keep, I know that he will report to Picard, and I can use that information to help me keep track of who my users are while I'm developing and if I need to sign in at any point. So do include your initials, but also have some fun with it. Use names and accounts that will make sense to you, that you can keep track of who is who. Yeah, so Deepak asks, so creating a single user for each of the 3 groups will be enough for the project, or do we need to create multiple users for each group? So for my own purposes, if I'm building out a system that requires groups to operate, I'm going to add multiple users to that, and I'm going to debug it with multiple users, at least 2. So you want to test your systems as robustly as possible and simulate real traffic and activity as much as possible. So like for my own Travel Splash project, when I went through this, I created 4 or 5 sales reps and 3 managers just to make sure that I had built out a system that could handle that traffic, however much, knowing that this is a small system, that I'm going above what Travel Splash actually needs to accomplish that, but not by so much that it's going to cause like massive system resource issues or anything like that. Let's see, James asked, can I use a gradient on my forms just like I've used before? So let's talk about that in just a moment. So we're going to get to layouts and what our elements should look like later on in the document. So moving on to our requirements. So this is where we get into the details. So the process outline. A sales representative or sales manager launches a travel request submission through their dashboard and fills out the required fields. So they're going to be shown a form that shows them all of the required information that we need to collect from them to submit. And both sales reps and sales managers will have access to this UI item. Upon submission of a travel request, the user should be able to track what their state of their request is and be notified on approval of or rejection of the request by email. So with this requirement, this isn't something that we're strictly going to grade on, but the user should be able to track. If you end up completing all of the requirements for the project, it may be good practice to go ahead and build out a dashboard that's just for sales reps where they can view only their travel requests. However, that's not strictly necessary. That's something that you can do last if you feel like it, if you end up finishing early and you want to challenge. What's really important about this is those emails. We want to make sure that at all of the relevant points that have been pointed out to us, either in the process map or as we continue in the requirements section, that we're alerting our users at those relevant intervals, but also not alerting them too much. So like after we submit a travel request, we may want to notify our users with an end form to let them know your request has been submitted. But I also don't necessarily want to send them an email right here, because if their request gets auto approved or it goes to sales manager, once a decision has been made there, I may want to send a different email. And then an email is going to happen here. So look to the requirements document, send those notifications at the relevant points, but not but let's not overwhelm our users like I and some of us did with our scheduled jobs earlier. So our users should be able to know what state their request is in from those emails. Users should receive a confirmation form that the request has been submitted. So going back to business analyst training, or if you were with us prior to last week, beginner training, we'll want to use an end form to display that confirmation message to our users to let them know that their request has been submitted successfully. Additional requirements. Travel request submissions should be submitted as a workflow catalog item. So as a reminder to everybody, when we say workflow catalog, what we mean is here above our folder tree in decisions, we have flows that have been made available to us to submit. Oh, well, I guess I broke that one, but have been made available to us to submit from the portal without having to navigate to a dashboard and without having to have administrator privileges. So I can kick off a flow from here in the start workflow section. And that's what we mean by adding this item to the workflow catalog. So our travel request should be able to be instantiated in that way. After submission, the state of request should be set to either pending manager review or pending booking review based on where the request is routed. Now we're getting into your question, James. So these forms, what do they need to have in them and what will they need to look like? So we have our travel request form. So this is the form that our sales representatives and sales managers will use to submit a travel request. So the specific fields that we need to have there are name, email, destination location, departure date, round trip, travel type, and we have these 3 types that Travel Splash has said they want to have included, and estimated cost. Down below, we have some specific rules that we're going to want to set up on that form. So there are 4 of these. So the departure date must be more than 7 days from the current date. So no less than 1 week from the current date. Our users shouldn't be able to send a travel request for tomorrow or for 3 days from now or for 6 days from now. No less than 1 week from today, to give our booking team enough lead time to actually submit that travel, get a hotel booked, all the things that they need to do. We're going to make sure that they have enough time to do that. The return date should only show on the form. This is the return date component where our user would actually enter what date they're planning to return if they've selected that this is a round trip. So there should be a form component on the form to allow our user to say if this is a one-way trip or a round trip. And if only if they've selected round trip should they have the ability to select a return date. If they do get a return date, that return date must be after the departure date. I shouldn't be able to submit a travel request with a departure date of the 30th and a return date of the 29th, because that just won't work. And our users cannot submit on behalf of another person. So let's talk about this one for a moment, and I want to hear some ideas from the group. So here on our form, we have collection inputs for name and email, and I also have this form rule that they cannot submit on behalf of another person. What are some ideas that you have about how we might be able to accomplish that based on what you know about decisions up to this point? Put these fields as not enabled, use current user on field. Both of those are correct in conjunction with each other. Check the current user for the flow. I love it. Excellent. Yep, perfect. You've all got it. So all the answers that I see in the chat are correct. So what we're going to do is on the actual form itself. Let me go back to my purchase request project, purchase request form. So here on the form that we build for business analyst or beginner training, here we have just regular text entry boxes. So here our user could actually enter their name and email into the form and submit it that way. But y'all are absolutely right. We don't actually want to use this. So in order to keep the requirement that a user cannot submit on behalf of another person, and without overcomplicating things severely, like we could use an active form flow for this, but it's going to be easier if we just don't make our users fill out their name and email. So as we've discussed, everyone who's going to be using this system, with the exception of the CEO, is going to have access to the decisions portal. So they're going to have a decisions account that's going to have their name and email registered within the system. So there's no reason that I should have my user collect that information. If I have them enter their name and email there, first I'm opening myself up to some user error. I'm allowing my users to make typos in here that may cloudy my data or potentially cause other issues down the line, when I already have that information and I don't need to make them do that at all. So we can set these fields to null and auto-populate those from the current user. Also, if you want to style your form just a little bit differently, you can just use a label. So instead of just having a grayed out box, I can have a requester email label. And then in my flow, when my purchase request form runs, I can map the appropriate value into requester email. So I'm just going to do this as a reminder for everybody, or if you've never heard this information before. So within flow data, as you all called out, we have the current user information. So I have current user email. I could map that in here. Now, this only works if the current user is still the current user at the time our information gets saved into our process folder. So this is where our information gets committed to the database, where it actually gets written into our flow execution extension. But if I have an end form It's right there. If I have an inform that runs before that setup process folder happens, current user is no longer current user. This is no longer going to be me as the current user email whenever this setup process folder runs, because inform, whenever this step happens, oh, gosh, I was trying to annotate. Here we go. So whenever this step runs, I am no longer the current user. Current user becomes decisions. No, that's not going to work. I need a pen. So once decisions becomes the current user, whenever the inform step runs, it's only going to record the decision system information. So there's a couple of ways around that. So we can collect that information in a different way, or we can, instead of using current user, we can use initiating user. So again, within flow data, I can find the initiating user email property. And this is going to, ideally, in most circumstances, unless something strange is going on in your flow, it's going to capture whoever kicked off the start step, whoever filled out the form first. Then it's not going to care whenever the end form runs and the system takes over. The initiating user is still the initiating user. They're not the current user, but they are the initiating user. So that's another way to do that. Yeah, and like Allah says, or define a parameter to hold the values. So another way that we could do that would be to like add a create data step here. So add in a create data step, instantiate that variable. So that it gets created here before the inform runs, and then it'll be available for our setup process folder even after the initiating user or the current user is no longer the same person. Here we go. So just a quick note about that one requirement, because this is one that kind of gets people. So because it says that a user cannot submit on behalf of another person, but we still want to see that field on the form. We still want to display for our user that we know who they are. I know your name, I know your email. This information has been recorded and it will go through with your request. But they should only be able to submit on behalf of themselves. This form will have two outcomes. So submit and cancel. So again, those outcomes are generated by the actual buttons on our form. So this form only has one outcome, and it is submit. We add an additional one by adding an additional button. And then once we do that, we get additional tails off of our step. Let me just move that so we can see. We get additional tails off of our step that allow us to branch our flow into a different direction based on that other outcome that our user chose. So that is our travel request form. Do we have questions about that? So yeah, absolutely, Alfred. We're going to get to data structures. That's later on in the document. But yes, you'll be using a flow execution extension. So any questions about the form? That all sounds pretty good? Good deal. All right. So up next, we have our travel request review. So our sales manager will have the ability to review the request that gets submitted from the previous from the previous, what we call it, from the previous feature, excuse me. So these are our features. We have the travel request review is the second feature. They'll be able to review that form that our user submits. Upon approval of a travel request, a notification email will be sent to the original submitter, and then the request will go to the booking agent. If the request is denied, the manager must provide comments as to why. This comment will be attached to the body of the email notification notifying the submitter of the rejection. So here, it's going to be basically the same form that we display to our travel request manager or to our sales manager. They're going to have the ability to approve that request, and if so, it's going to go to the booking department. And if the request is denied, our manager, is going to enter comments about why this is denied, and then it will send an email notification with those comments to the user notifying them of the rejection. So some additional requirements here. This is where we get the actual logic of our travel request system. So this is where we're going to set up those rules to determine should a sales manager even be looking at this request, and what are the requirements to either auto approve or make changes to this request as it moves through. So number one, if the estimated cost is less than or equal to 500, then the request is going to go straight to booking for approval. Travel Splash trusts their sales representatives to make their own trips and book their own travel for any amount under $500. If the amount is over 500 and it was submitted by a sales representative, then this will go to a sales manager for approval. Sales managers don't need other sales managers to approve their travel with any cost, any amount. So if a sales manager is submitting a travel request, and the estimated cost is less than or equal to 2,500, it should go straight to booking for approval. For any request, if the cost is over 2,500, we're going to send an email to the CEO with details, and that the mock-up for that email comes later. And then if they are a sales rep, it will go to manager review, or if they're not a sales rep, it will go to booking based on the $500 limit and the user role. So managers don't have to approve other managers. Anybody can submit a request for under $500 and have it auto approved. Sales managers can submit a request for any amount and have it auto approved. And any travel request that has a dollar total over $2,500 needs to have an email sent to the CEO. So like in the process model, when we look up here, these things look like they're happening sequentially, not necessarily. Some of these rules can be combined. Some of them may happen in different parts of the flow. So again, this is not meant to be representative of what your actual flow will look like or function as. This is just to lay out the logic for us. So some of these rules can be combined. Some of them will happen at different stages, depending on how we're thinking about this project. So questions about the travel request review. So our sales manager submission process and the rules for whether or not requests get auto approved. So question from Chris. So less than 500 doesn't go to booking for review. So great question. So it still goes to booking. So if a travel request is under 500, it gets to skip the manager review. However, it's still going to go to the booking department so that they can actually book that travel and mark it as either finalized or canceled. Good question. So it is auto approval. So the approval, so let's talk about our terminology. So we're using approve for the manager process and finalize for the booking process. So if a request is auto approved, it skips over the approval process and goes straight to booking, where it will either then be finalized or canceled. So I hope that makes more sense, or if there are other questions before we move along. Good deal. So for the forms for this portion, for this section, for the manager approval, or the approval and logic section, is going to be basically the same as the travel request form. And in fact, I believe that when we talk about the requirements matrix that we're going to give you in just a moment, it actually calls it out as, just copy the form and make some minor changes to it. So it's going to be all the same fields and all of the same information. We're going to map this information in from our process folder so that our manager is looking at the relevant info for the travel request that they are reviewing. There's going to be one additional field on this form, and that's the manage comments. So our manager should have the ability to put comments on any request, but the requirements are only, or excuse me, the comments are only required if they're denying the request. If they're approving, they don't have to put anything in the box, but if they're denying, they must enter a comment. And then there are going to be two outcomes. So approve or reject. And that's where we get called out down here that if the manager chooses to reject this request, they must include a comment of why they are rejecting it. Here we go. Continuing on with the management portion of this, so reporting and dashboards. So these are the reports and dashboards that will be associated with sales managers. So they're going to get the all travel request dashboard. There's going to be a report included in that includes these fields: request ID, name, email, destination location, departure date, estimated cost, and request status. There's going to be some additional functionality included on these. So they need to have an action included on that report so that they can right-click that report item and then review the request that's associated with it. Who remembers what's the name of the type of, or what names do we use to talk about these user actions, right-clickable actions, where I can right-click an entity in decisions and see actions that I've created as the developer to interact with that element? Does this sound familiar to anyone? So yeah, it's a user action. That is what the actual name of like the flow will be. Let me rephrase. If I want to create one of these for, let's say, the purchase request system that we made last week, where would I go specifically in that purchase request system to create that user action? Configuration folder, absolutely. Configuration folder, great job, everybody. I just want to make sure that that still was fresh in our minds. We would use configuration folders for that. So write that down if you need a refresher, so that when you get to this portion and it asks and you're trying to create that user action, that you do that in the configuration folder for the data structure. And then we're going to have the ability to sort based on these, or excuse me, this is specific sorting in this order. So Travel Splash wants to see requests that are pending manager review at the top of that report. So any requests that are pending manager review should always be at the top. Directly under that should be any requests that are pending booking review. Underneath that, we will have requests that are approved, and underneath that, requests that are canceled. So in our report, in the travel request dashboard, our requests should be sorted by these 4 categories, and then they should be in this order when our user is viewing them in the report viewer. So that's the report that's going to appear on the travel request dashboard. In addition to that, we're going to have some additional dashboard components. We're going to have some KPI tiles. So we want to see one that shows the total approved requests this month and the total estimated cost of approved requests this month. Now, this is where wording gets a little bit tricky, and I'm going to see, can I change this? Yes, I can. I'm going to change this wording so that this is clearer, so that all of our vocabulary words make sense. So what we want to see for these tiles are requests that are finalized. So that is to say, requests that our booking department has approved, that have gone through their approval process to either auto approve, had a manager approve them, and then the booking department chose to finalize instead of cancel. So, and by this month, we mean this calendar month. So if this gets ambiguous for you at any point, go ahead and make yourself a note that we mean requests that have been finalized by the booking department in this calendar month. So we want to see the total number of requests and the total estimated cost for those finalized requests in this. So would the date come from the assignment date? So that's going to be a good question, Chris. This is going to be the date that it entered the state of finalized. So if I submitted a request on September 31st, that's when I submitted it. But then my manager approves it on September 1st, and maybe there's like a really big long delay, and my booking department doesn't get to it until October 15th. October 15th should be the date that I'm using as my finalized date, whenever the booking department makes their last change to that process. Good question. And so finalized means the request status is equal to approve. So I'm going to try to clean this up and make sure that this is clear throughout the process. But whenever, so the verbiage that we're using specifically is approved whenever we're talking about the manager approval, and finalized whenever we're talking about the booking approval. So it's going to be whenever our booking department has completed their process and marked it as finalized. Yeah, and Ashley, KPI is key performance indicator. This is something that we cover in beginner and business analyst training. And so you may want to go back and review those materials from your previous experience with us to get caught up on those KPI tiles. Here we go. So in addition to those two tiles, we're also going to have a pie chart. And this is going to show all travel requests by employee. So whenever we create this pie chart, the report that we use to feed it should be sorted by or grouped by employee to show the number of travel requests for those employees. Gotcha. So anyone who has not attended beginner training or business analyst training, go ahead and send an email to training@decisions.com so that we can provide you with some next steps. And so if you attended beginner, it's the same as business analyst training. We added a few things, but stuff like KPI tiles, that's definitely been included on all of those courses. So there are some things that were included in business analyst training that are not necessarily relevant to this project that we still think are relevant to business analysts, but everything that's relevant to this project was covered in the beginner training as well. So does the state of the request matter for the pie chart? No, we just want to see the total number of requests submitted by each user. Good question. And yes, Alfred is absolutely right. Employee equals sales rep and sales manager. Great questions, great discussion. And then, of course, finally, a report. We want to see the report that was created previously. So when it says the all travel request report, that is this report that is outlined for us above. So whenever you're going through this requirements document and also the individual line item task matrix that I'm going to share with you in just a few minutes, some of these things are self-referential. And like in this case, the all travel request report, it gets detailed before the next section talks about using it. However, in the task matrix, that may not always be the case. There may be a reference to an item in an early task that doesn't actually get created until later in the task matrix. So just keep that in mind. And these things, we're trying to keep track of making sure that all of our verbiage is the same everywhere so that you can reference these things with each other. But if you ever have any questions, of course, we're going to have our daily meetings so that we can make sure that those things are clear. But just know that these things should be referential to each other and mostly in order, but don't be surprised if you come across an item that says to, call the all travel request report, and then maybe that doesn't get actually mentioned until much later in the document. So our final component, the travel request review, booking review. So the booking agent will complete the request. So they're going to receive an assignment that contains all of the information about that travel request after it has either been auto-approved by our business logic or by a sales manager. Upon completion of the travel request, an email notification will be sent to the original submitter, alerting them that their travel has been booked or if their travel has been canceled. Which is the next line item, excuse me. So if the travel request is canceled, the booking agent must provide a reason why, just like the manager. This comment will be attached to the body of the email notification, notifying the submitter of the rejection. Some additional requirements. After the booking agent has completed the form, the state of the request should be set to either booked or canceled based on where the request is routed. Go. So the form that they're going to use, again, it's the same form as the purchase request, or excuse me, the travel request form. It's the same as the manager review form, except that the manager comments are going to be booking comments. And our two outcomes are going to be book and reject. And if our user, or if our booking user chooses the reject path, they must comment on reasoning for rejection. They can choose to add comments on a request that they're approving, but they only are required to do so in the case of a rejection. Here we go. And as far as reporting and dashboards, the booking department doesn't need a dashboard. They're going to receive their assignments in the decisions inbox, which is the default for our assignments. Just like we saw previously, whenever something gets assigned to a user, it appears in their inbox just like this. So after that, we have our mock-ups for what the actual UI elements in our Travel Splash project should look like. So it starts with our travel request form. Now, this is following our UI UX best practices that we've talked about in previous trainings. And our user has requested, and these have been approved by our user, for our forms to look just like this. This is what they're expecting to get. And so we want to make sure that we're delivering this to them per their expectations. So what they want is a single column form laid out in just this way. So we want to have fields for our name and email. Again, if you choose to use a label, totally fine, because one of the requirements is that no one should be able to submit a request for anyone other than themselves. So what we're doing here is we're displaying name and email. We want to have a label for that and then display that information. Departure location, destination location. We're going to have a date picker for the departure date. Here we have a checkbox to indicate whether or not this is a round trip. If it is a round trip, we're going to show that return date and have our user enter that. And then, of course, a drop down for the transportation method. Yeah, and so as far as that, great question, Chris. So Chris asked, how do we get the label to show up in the top bar like this? So you can add a label to the top of the form to represent that. However, these mockups were built in Lucidchart, and Lucidchart creates the window representation with like little X there. So this is not actually part of the requirement. The body of the form is everything that appears underneath that header bar there. Oh my gosh, yeah. So good catch. That should be PLANE. We are traveling by cornfield apparently is what's happening there. But yeah, definitely that should be PLANE. Good catch. I unfortunately can't fix that one. This is an image. This came from Lucidchart. So sorry. Here we go. So after that, we have our travel request inform. So this is what that mock-up of this inform should look like. It should be just a very simple pop-up that shows to our user to say your travel request has been submitted. You'll be notified of its progress. Thank you for using Travel Splash. Our travel request manager form, again, is the same as the submission form, only with the addition of the manager comments box at the bottom. Booking agent form, same thing. Same as the manager approval form, some possibly different text up at the top, and then the booking comments down below. So questions about our UI elements, these forms that we've gone over. Cool, good deal. So after that, we have mockups for our email templates. So this is the format that the emails that get sent to our users should be. And they're pretty straightforward. Of course, anything that you see inside brackets, that's going to be a variable. This is where you're going to add in specific information about that request. So anything in brackets needs to be replaced with a variable. Other than that, pretty straightforward. This is the information that needs to be included in those emails. I'll pause briefly if anyone has questions about that, but I think that this one's pretty self-explanatory. And so Alex asks, since all of the data entry forms are so similar, do you expect one form with rules that change field behavior for each user group, or 3 separate forms? That's a great question. So you only have to do like one really intense build for the travel request form, but then you are going to want to separate them out. So you don't want to use rules to try and determine, okay, is this person or that person? You could do that. That honestly seems like a lot of that could be cool. Like, don't get me wrong, that's a very cool idea, and in some projects that may even be worth it. In our case, I think that's probably making things a little bit harder on ourselves than we need to. So I would say make 3 separate forms for that. Great question, though. So now you only have to build out the travel request form, and then you can just copy it to the manager form, add the additional fields that you need, and then copy that to the booking request form, change a few things around, so you're not having to start over from scratch every time. So up next is our dashboard. So here, this is the mock-up of what our dashboard should look like. Very simple, nothing crazy. We have a title up at the top saying that this is the manager dashboard. Beneath that, we have our 2 KPI tiles showing total cost of travel this month and total booked trips. And then our pie chart of trips per employee. And down below, the report viewer showing our all travel request report. So that covers all of our UI elements. Down below, we have our data types section. So in here, this is telling us exactly what kind of data structure we should create, what fields it should have, and what type each of those data members should have. So this is probably the most useful part of this. If you don't have this, if you're building a project from scratch and you're very new as a decisions developer, I can tell you from experience that you will end up like creating a data structure and then realizing like when you're halfway through your build that it doesn't work, and you're going to have to go back and rethink the way that you're storing and processing your data. And so just the fact that you're not going to have to do that, that our architect has told us exactly what this needs to be, exactly what fields it needs, what type those data members are. This is a huge lifesaver. So here we can see that this is going to be a flow execution extension, and the name of that data structure is going to be travel request, and it's going to contain these fields of these types. That's a good question from Alex. So is there no need to see in the dashboard the history change of state of each request? So no, that's not something that Travel Splash has requested. Now, in the all requests report, this is going to be grouped by their current state, and that's what's important to them. That's what they really want to know. And that's why they've requested the specific sorting on the all travel request report. They want to see those pending manager review requests at the top, booking review underneath that, approved, and then canceled. So this is what they're using for their own purposes to keep track of those states. So they've not requested like a process folder view or anything like that there. Great question. So down below, we have some information about user management. So these are the groups and roles that will need to be created. So sales representatives have access to submit a new request from the workflow catalog. That's it. That's all that they really need. Sales managers will have access to submit a new request from the workflow catalog and also access to the sales manager's dashboard where they can view information about those requests. And then booking agents only need access to their inbox where they can view and interact with the assignments that have been tasked to them. Beneath that, we have our logging and error handling section. So this is where you can re-download that error handling project if you need it. I'll also just go ahead and throw that back into the Zoom chat for everyone, and we'll make this available in the LMS as well. So go ahead and download that here from Zoom. We're going to put it in the LMS too, so that if you lose it or you need to get a new copy of it for whatever reason, you can do that there. And again, if your neighbor on your server has already uploaded, if you already have the utilities folder with the error handling in it, then there's no need to upload again. If your neighbor has already done it, then you have it and you both have access to it. And as long as we're using this properly, the way that we showed you in the demonstration, there shouldn't be any way that you could cross up over each other as long as we're using it as a subflow and then mapping things in as we go. So errors that occur during submission should alert the user that the process was not started successfully and generate an assignment to the admin team that ends the process. So this is one of the specific tasks that we're going to need to create for this project to handle errors. So if something goes wrong when the user is submitting, it should alert them your submission did not go through. It should create that assignment to the admin team using the error handling project and then end the process. Errors that occur during the approval process should pause the flow, generate an assignment to the admin group, and then allow a user to restart the approval where the error occurred. Errors occurring while sending an email should create an asynchronous assignment to the admin group, but then allow the process to continue as normal. So in each of these three cases, we've given some specifics about how we should be using that error handling project, what the outcomes should be after that project is run, and which users should be notified or alerted of those problems. So the admin group here, so just as a reminder to everybody that what they're talking about here is one of the three default groups in decisions. So by default, we have end users, designers, and administrators. So what they mean is the administrators group, the decisions server administrators group. So for testing and approval, so the ways that you will know that you've completed this project successfully. So when testing the process, all users must be able to sign into their account through the decisions portal and be redirected to their associated dashboard if applicable. As a sales representative, I must be able to submit a new request from start to finish with no errors. As a sales manager, I must be able to submit a new request from start to finish with no errors. I should be able to see all requests with correct KPIs. I should be able to review all pending manager review assignments and approve or reject the request. So this answers the question from earlier. Should requests only go to specific managers for specific users? No, our users, our sales managers will have the ability to act on all pending manager review assignments and then approve or reject those. As a booking agent, I should be able to review all pending booking assignments. So I should see those in my inbox in the decisions portal and have the ability to act on them. And then this link will take you to some of those mockups in Lucidchart. If you wanted to take a closer look, you should be able to see all of that detailed information that was used to create those mockups as part of this requirements document. So I want everybody to take 3 minutes. I'm going to prepare the next document that I need to share with you. Go ahead and read back through this, ask some questions. Let's get some discussion going, make sure that we're clear. A part of this process, so in this case, I'm acting as kind of your team lead. So a decisions architect created these requirements for us. They handed them to me. I reviewed them. I'm passing them on to you, and I'm going to be divvying out assignments to everyone so that we can get this project completed. So what your role in this is now is to go over these requirements documents, make sure that the requirements are clear, and ask any clarifying questions that you can think of as of right now. It's a great question, Hansela. So no, you're going to be doing all of it. We're just kind of playing a little bit of make-believe with that. So in reality, you would not be building all of this application by yourself. First, if this was like a real production application, there would be a lot more involved, most likely. And so you'd be working with a team and only doing certain parts. However, for the purposes of the simulation, we're going to say that that's the way that this would go, is that I would say, okay, well, Hansela, it's your job to do task 1.1.3 today. And then tomorrow you may be working on something completely different. However, for our purposes, because this is a simulation, you're going to be doing the whole thing. Here we go. Question from H. Can I do the development during my own hours and then seek help in my evening instead of doing the development at the scheduled time? So you can keep whatever hours work for you. It's going to be beneficial for you to make sure that you're available when trainers and mentors are available, which is to say Eastern United States time. So that's 9 to 5 our time. That's when we're working. That's when you're going to be able to get the most help. You can build and work whenever works for you. Our class times are going to be set, and those are going to be at 9:15 a.m. every day, Eastern US time. So you're going to want to be available then, and you're going to want to ask your questions during our day so that we can provide you with assistance. Outside of that, you can build whenever you like. I'm not going to try to police your hours or anything like that. Ashley asks, how am I going to simulate different users or types of users in this application? Great question. You're not going to be emulating or simulating anything. You're going to actually create different users for this application. So just like we've done previously, you're going to actually create groups to represent these people, and you're going to actually create accounts. So this is what I was talking about, like pick your favorite movie or TV show. Like I use Star Trek for everything, because you're going to actually create those accounts. There won't be any simulation there. So we have a question about the logic involved in the approval process. So again, these things are not linear. These are all of our requirements, and it's our job as developers to determine, okay, what rules am I going to need to achieve this goal, to achieve these goals, and what order should they come in? So some of these rules will execute at the same time. Some of them will be separate. So there are two limits involved. You're absolutely right. So there's a $500 limit and a $2,500 limit. And if our request is over those limits, different things are going to happen. So our request will be auto-approved if either this is submitted by a sales manager or if the request is under $500. If either of those things are true, our request will be auto-approved. Separately from that altogether, if a request is greater than $2,500, then an email needs to be sent to the CEO. So those are two separate logical distinctions. Michael, go ahead and send an email to training@decisions.com so that we can get you into a different class. So Emmeline asks, upon submission of a travel request, the user should be able to track what state the request is in. How do the sales reps track the state of their request? Great question. So they're going to get that information via email. So at certain intervals in the process, whenever the state of their request changes in a significant way for our users, they're going to get an email alerting them of that change. Yeah, so H, again, there's not going to be like a full day. We're only going to be meeting for maybe 15 or 30 minutes every day at the beginning of the day at 9:15 a.m. my time, Eastern US time. After that, you're going to be working independently. However, if you're working during my nighttime, I won't be available to assist you if you need help. So just something to consider. You can keep your own hours, but the only time that I'm going to need to see you is at 9:15 a.m. my time. But other than that, you can keep your own hours as you see fit. So Chris asks, how do you configure when the error happens to the end of the flow to restart or continue? So remember, when you were setting up your exception handling, you get a flow. It's an actual line that you can follow. Which server was I doing this on? Here. So you can add additional steps to that flow to determine what happens next. So in the example that we used, where was I? I was in here. So in the example that we used, I had my flow end. I wanted it to go straight to the end step. However, if I wanted it to go back to the add step, put the line on the add step so that it ends up going back there after whatever other tasks I've determined need to happen have executed. So if after I've logged my exception and my user has cleared the request, I can send it back to another portion of the flow or restart the flow, have it do something else entirely different. So Ashley says, should I create a splash dialog to select the user that will be accessing the system? So no, there's not going to be any simulation for that. You're going to be creating real users with real accounts that will log into the Real Decisions portal. Great questions, everybody. These are excellent. So Alex asks, you can create an endless loop by doing what you're shown on the page, can't you? This flow, absolutely. This would break decisions because this is going to error out every time. If I catch it, error handle, send it back to the erroring step, this is going to break. This is strictly for demonstration purposes to show you that you can do other things aside from just sending your flow to the end step. Very good point. Yeah. What Alex said goes for a very many of the things that I do to demonstrate. You're absolutely right. So H, I would recommend not using real accounts that are used for any real purpose. You're going to want to create dev accounts that can be used to represent actual users in the system. So Chris asks, our dev instance uses SSO. Is it possible to use impersonation? I'm going to say no, don't do that. So that's a good way to test things, to see what's going on in your system. If you have a user in a production environment that says, hey, when I log into my dashboard, I'm getting a big red bar across the screen, and you want to see exactly what they're talking about, that's what you can use impersonation for. However, when we're developing, I want to know what the user experience is actually going to be like for that person who's in that group with that role. So create user groups, and so everybody, this is the final answer for this one. You're going to create actual user groups so that your users can sign into the portal and run through the process in reality. And so if your dev instance uses SSO and you don't have the ability to create users, then you do have a training instance that was provided to you in your welcome email for this course, and you will need to use that instance or install locally on your laptop. Done. So Ashley, so as far as like where to start, go ahead and send me an email at training@ so that I can follow up with you about that. Here we go. And so no, James, we're not releasing just yet. I've got a few more things for you. We've just got a lot of questions. I want to make sure I get those answered. So no, we have one more thing that I need to go over. This is going to be one task matrix. Here we go. Copy. Okay, so I'm going to share this in two ways, everybody. So first is a Google Drive link, just like we've done before. And then if you don't have access to Google Drive due to your organization's rules, I'm also going to share this as an Excel file. So this document, and I have some specific instructions about how to interact with this one. So what we're going to do is this document's going to be shared with everybody. This is going to be kind of our master, but there are an awful lot of you, so I'm not going to create individual tabs for everyone. But this is going to be for each of you to help keep track of which tasks you've done, how long it's taking you to do them, and which tasks are left to be completed. So this is for you to fill out. However, please do not change our template sheet. I've left it unprotected for a very specific reason, and that's so that you can make yourself a copy. So if you're using Google Drive, go ahead and right-click the template sheet tab down below, and then say copy to new spreadsheet. This is going to create a new copy of this file that you can then edit and make your own. So this can be, Valerie's Sprint 1 task matrix. So make yourself your own version of this file so that you can keep track of your own tasks. So I would highly encourage you, do fill in the start date, completed date, and actual time. This is going to be useful for you to get a sense of how long it takes you to complete these things. When did you actually do this stuff? I will tell you, because there are so many of us, I will not be checking this. I'm not going to be checking, the actual time, start date, completed date. This is for you to keep track of your own completion. So let's talk about this document, what this is actually for, what it's about. So this is how we're managing our agile tasks. So here we have the individual breakdown of each item that we need to complete in order to achieve all of the requirements that are in our requirements document. Then they've been broken down into small logical steps that we can take following the Agile method. So like requirement one, so these are broken down into requirements, user story, and task ID. So remember, we actually have, so it's actually 5 requirements here that make up the categories for each part of our system. So inside each of that is a user story ID. So we've got 1.1, 1.2, etc. And broken down even further, the task ID is a subset of the user story ID. So we would start with task ID 1.1.1 and work our way down linearly as much as possible. So each day, I'm going to look at the estimated time that our architect has given for each of these tasks, and I'm going to tell you how far you should get before our next meeting the following day. So currently it's 3:10 p.m. Let's see, what else do we actually have to get through? Yeah, so we should be done 20 minutes. So we've got about 2 hours left of work time. So 15:30, 1 hour, hour and a half. So we should get through today task 1.1.4 and to begin 1.1.5. So those are our tasks for today. You can go ahead and write those down. That's what we're doing. You aren't expected to complete 1.1.5 today, but you should have at least started it by the end of your workday today. So each of these tasks comes with a description. So it's going to tell you the more or less what should be happening in each of these items. So requirement 1, user story 1.1, task ID 1.1.1. The task name is create sales representatives for groups, create sales representative account and group. So the task description is create sales representative accounts and sales representative group in the system security folder, meaning in decisions under the system heading, under security, create those accounts and groups. The group name should be sales reps. And then it gives you the ability to test whether or not you've completed that successfully. And the test case for this step or for this task ID is to log into the decisions portal with the account that you've created. After that, create designer folder to hold all flows, forms, data structures, and reports. So this is creating your folder scaffolding the way that we teach you to do as a best practice. And there is no test case for that because, of course, it's just creating designer folders, right? After that is creating the data structure. And it says create the folder execution extension data structure. Overview data type section in the travel/requirements document for fields required. So here it's telling me go back and reference that requirements document. That will tell you exactly what should be in that travel request. So you do have to use both of these documents in tandem with each other. One of them, neither one of them has everything that's required to complete this. But if you use them together, you should have all of the information that you need. Now, I want to skip ahead just a little bit. This isn't where we're going to get to today. Cool. So step 1.1.6. This step, if you're brand new to working in this way, will read a bit like, okay, do steps 1, 2, and then all the rest, right? It's going to say, hey, do all the things, create flow, add form, set up process folder step, configure process folder. It seems like you're doing the whole project in here. The only thing that you're actually doing is creating the flow that contains the travel requests. That's it. This description is telling you all the things that are going to go in it. And this test case, you're not actually going to be able to do this until all of the rest of the project is completed. But follow additional requirements. Like this is a line that we requested added in to help with new folks. But all we're saying to do here is to create the flow itself. As you continue to do the following tasks that come after it, you're going to be creating the actual elements that go inside. So when you read a task, if it seems like, gosh, they're really not explaining what this means, or this seems like an awful lot, or how can I do that if I haven't done this? Go ahead and continue to read through. Be familiar with all of the tasks and steps in here, know generally vaguely when these things are going to happen, so that you don't get thrown off in that way. Because there will be steps here that say, to draw the owl, draw 2 circles. Step 2, draw the rest of the owl, and it's really not like that. There is other information in here to help us achieve these tasks. It's just that the only thing we're actually doing in 1.1.6 is creating the flow. All the stuff that goes into it comes in the rest of these tasks. Here we go. So a couple of questions here in the Q&A. Is this course certified? It is. You have to complete all 5 weeks, but you will get a certificate for completing all 5 weeks of the developer course. So there isn't a certificate for this week, but there will be if you complete this week and the other 4 weeks that follow. And if we can't do this on time, are there any consequences, or can we try again when the course starts again? Absolutely. If this week isn't going to work for you, go ahead and you send us an email at training@, and we'll get you into a later course time. So is it okay if I just download the Excel file and update it locally? Absolutely. That's why we provided the Excel. So this is strictly personal, everybody. So whether or not you choose to use Google Sheets or an Excel file, this is just for you. Is there an assessment at the end of every week? Yes, there is a test at the end of every week. Absolutely. Great question. So that's the end of what I needed to talk to you about for today. We now have our requirements for the rest of the week. This is the project that we're going to be working on. Like I said, I'm going to tell you that you should have started 1.1.5 today. You aren't expected to complete it. That would put us beyond our normal workday. However, if you want to continue, by all means, continue. If you want to get ahead, get ahead. I'm not going to stop you from working forward in the requirements. If tomorrow I say that we should get through like 2.1.3 or whatever it is, and you finish early and you've got more time in your day and you want to proceed on, by all means do that. That's going to give you more time to debug and make sure that your system works before you present on Friday. And so I know that Brian mentioned this earlier today, mentioned that there are going to be presentations involved with this. So last week, or if you've gone through beginner training with us before, we do a very lightweight kind of, let's just make sure that you are following along. Do you have any questions kind of check in? This one, however, this is actually going to be graded. I'm going to be looking to make sure that you completed these requirements, to make sure that the relevant features that Travel Splash required and said that they needed as part of the system have been accomplished. So a little bit more rigorous grading. So you want to make sure that you give yourself enough time to debug and test before we grade these on Friday. So any final questions before I release us for the day? Anything that you think you might need to be prepared for this project? Remaining questions about the requirements? Anything we can clarify? Does it seem like fun? Are we looking forward to this? So I'll ask, should we make a record presentation? So no, we're going to be doing these live. So on Friday, you're going to work with a trainer to grade this live. So yeah, building off the spreadsheet will be useful if you plan on learning to write one. Absolutely. And so this is the actual process that Decisions developers who work for us here at the Decisions company, this is the system that we use whenever we're building out systems for clients, is these two documents in tandem with each other in the exact same way that you're using them. And so the position that writes these is, we call them an architect. And that is something that we're planning to offer training for in the future. So right now, we've capped off at developer, but we are intending on expanding to include an architect course to teach how to plan out a project like this and write these documents and present them to developers in such a way that they can follow it. So you're going to start with 1.1.1. So you want to complete the earlier items in the task list before the later ones. So you're going to start with 1.1.1. You are intended to get through and complete 1.1.4 today and begin 1.1.5. Good question. All right, going once for more questions? Going twice? So everybody, when you report back into class tomorrow, we're going to meet very briefly. So the rest of our meetings for the rest of the week are going to be check-ins. So at 9:15 my time, we're going to get together. You're going to have the ability to ask questions, clarify issues with the requirements, alert us to any blockers, and please do that. You know, please let us know if you're struggling in any way. For Decisions employees, and there are Decisions employees in the room, you know that we have the 10-minute rule. I don't want you to struggle with any problem longer than 10 minutes. If you're working longer than 10 minutes, I expect you to be posting something in our Slack channel to let me know so that I can help you. And the same goes for our participants from outside of the organization. You have our Slack channel in the Decisions public workspace. Please use that. Let us know if you're struggling with something and keep an eye on those threads, because if someone else is struggling with something, you may be able to glean some additional insight for yourself from that. So please do reach out for help. And in those task meetings, I'll be telling you how far you should be getting in the project for that day. So if there's nothing else, if we're all set and ready to go, we'll go ahead and release for the day. And I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9:15 my time so that we can talk about our tasks for tomorrow. Have a great afternoon, everyone. I'm going to hang out on the call for just a moment, but go ahead and get started, and happy building. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Thank you.